Okay, welcome. Good morning, everybody. Very nice to see you all here. And welcome to this two-day symposium on AI and digital musicology. And warmly welcome to the National Library. We are very happy to host this first day of the symposium. My name is Ingrid Romarheim Haugen, and I am head of the music section here in the National Library. And I also lead Work Package 6, AI for Cultural Heritage, in Mishmash, Center for AI and Creativity. This symposium is a collaboration between Ritmo, the Center for Interdisciplinary Studies in Rhythm, Time and Motion at the University of Oslo, Mishmash, Center for AI and Creativity, and the National Library of Norway. So the National Library preserves and provides access to Norway's cultural heritage. And at the core of our mission is the Norwegian Legal Deposit Act, which ensures that all published material, regardless of format, is submitted to the National Library for long-term preservation and access for research and documentation. In addition, we collect archival material from creators and cultural institutions. Our collections are also internationally distinctive, particularly due to the very high level of digitization. And this places us in a unique position to develop digital tools and technologies based on these materials. And the National Library also plays a central role in training and developing language models for Norwegian language. As for this symposium, it's a real pleasure to present such a rich and diverse program over the next two days. It covers a broad range of topics, including computational musicology, AI research, music transcription, ethnomusicology, collection management, metadata, and much more. In today's program, we will see presentations of music collections from Norway and internationally, and explore a range of technologies and tools within digital musicology and music heritage research. We will also gain perspectives on how collaborations between academia and major collection holding institutions can open up new ways of highlighting and curating our musical heritage. During the lunch break, we will be organizing a demo session where you are invited to explore a number of the collections, tools, and technologies that will be presented today. And this will take place in the back of the room. And we encourage you to stop by the different workstation and explore yourself and have a chat with the presenters. So I would like to thank all today's speakers. I'm very much looking forward to learn more about your work and projects. And it's particularly gratifying to have so many international experts represented in the program. And finally, I would like to thank Ritmo for a very good collaboration on this symposium. It has really been a pleasure to collaborate on this. And a special thanks to Olivier Lartiot, who has played a key role in shaping this interesting program. Okay, so then I think I'll just move on and introduce the first speaker, which is Philippe Vendrix. Philippe Vendrix is a research director at the CNRS, the National Center for Scientific Research in France. And he's also affiliated with the Center for Renaissance Research, in Tours. It's a French name, and I'm not able to pronounce it, so you can do it afterwards if you want. Yeah. So since 2022, he has served as chair at of the Cost Action EarlyMuse. He's also responsible for governance within the large-scale project European Cloud for Heritage. And in addition, he leads the Musica Consortium, which brings together 19 French laboratories working in digital musicology. Today, he will present a very comprehensive report published by the Cost Action EarlyMuse called Musicology as Data Science and Heritage Science. And he will also do a preliminary presentation of the upcoming EarlyMuse report on historical musicology and artificial intelligence. So then I'll leave the floor to you, Philippe, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And it is true that I cannot say one word of Norwegian. It's because I'm Belgian and not French, maybe. That's why. Thank you very much. So thanks for the invitation and to be in this wonderful library. And I can't wait to discover the richness of the library during this day. Today, my presentation is a rather general presentation, and it is important to know from where I speak to you, from what is my point, my perspective. So what I would like to do today is to describe what was EarlyMuse, this large cost action, which is going to an end by mid-September. So we are really the last months of this action. To look at why did we question the topic of musicology as data science, musicology as heritage science, musicology and its relationship to artificial intelligence, and to try to understand how we could combine this topic with the European infrastructures, which have taken place for sometimes decades and sometimes are going to be built in those days. And then I will state a few things on our positioning. It is important first to know what is a cost action, because so many people do not know what is a cost action, which is the oldest structure built by Europe to foster research, to imagine how people could work together. The idea was not, it was 70 years ago, the idea was not to define a topic and then make a new research on that topic. The idea was, how do we think a topic as something which can be of interest for the European Commission and the European population, for the European scholars at large, and how this topic can be dwelt by scholars coming from different parts of Europe, from different countries. So it is the beginning of connecting people to create European research projects on questions that seem to be relevant to the Commission. In 70 years of existence, it has helped thousands of projects for a duration of 4 years, and it is crucial. During a cost action, what do you do in general? You raise a problem, and you demonstrate how this problem is important for academia and research in general across Europe, and how this is not a personal project, but it is a collective project, a question that you will solve together. Then, at the end, what is expected from a cost action, it's position paper, policy briefs, document that will feed the European Commission and that become call like Horizon Europe. Because, you know, Horizon Europe, it's call published by the Commission, they place an order, we want a research on that topic, and you answer, or you do not answer, that's your choice, of course, but you answer an order. It's not as if you, when you do an ERC, you come with your idea, and they validate the originality of your idea. Horizon Europe projects, collective projects, it means that you have to answer to an order. But the politician may not have good idea of what is going on with physics, with chemistry, with mathematics, with medicine, with biology, with musicology. So they expect from us that we feed them. It's really a bottom-up process. It's a bit obscure, but it works. It works. And personally, I have been involved in cost action for 14, 15 years, different kind of things about religion in Europe in the early modern time, things about the Republic of Letters, about the correspondence and the way we have to protect, to curate correspondences from the 16th, 17th, 18th century, and how do we do digital research around it, etc., etc. There are many of them. But again, and this year, it's very, very, very selective. Huh? The success rate is less than 10%. It's more difficult to get a cost than to get an ERC in general. Huh? The number of us, the selection is very harsh. Huh? But what I've seen, humanities, not even 5% of the project each year. Not even 5%. And when you go to a cost action meeting, you see colleagues from hard science, but even from law or business. They do try to get a cost. They feed Horizon Europe. They go to Horizon Europe. They do get another cost, and they do. You see how it works. Huh? And when they know how to proceed, it's a very good way to have good funding and feeling free to make your own research with a group of people. So that's an introduction to the cost, because it is important. It is important to apply. Huh? This year, I think they took 70 out of 800 proposals, and they selected 70, I think. Huh? And you can go and see the list of it, and there are only 2 for the humanities this year. It's a very sad situation, I think, especially for our fields, which have been challenged. So when I started EarlyMuse 4 years ago, I just wrote it in my office and then asked some colleagues if they agree, because it's anonymous process. You cannot say anything. The only thing you can declare is that you work in France. Nothing else. Total transparency about the institution. They want to understand what's the topic. And so we started, and at the end, now we have, after 4 years, that have been involved more than 300 scholars all over Europe, coming from the European space for research. So coming from 36 countries, and as you see, the budget is quite interesting, because we almost reach 800,000 euros, and this money is for the purpose of the cost. It's not to create research, it's to make a network. To create a network of people who knows each other and are able to gather to write something together. And so I see here in the room some of our colleagues who have been traveling with me all over Europe for 4 years, going to meetings. It's very pleasant, it's very well organized, you have nothing to say. And it really creates, that's the other challenge, it has to create new networks between established scholars in a rich country with younger scholars who are established in what they call ITC, which is inclusive target countries where the money for research is not that high, that dynamic. So you have also Bulgaria, Romania, and you really have to demonstrate that you are attracting those people to be part of the network. So I must say that it was quite interesting to work in that way. I organized the work of EarlyMuse into 5 working groups, taking the topic, it's EarlyMuse, but EarlyMuse which means early music. It was a kind of a commercial action, because you know that you are reaching a jury that does not know anything about music. They do not know music. They do not know musicology. They may come from physics, chemistry. You do not know. Playing with early music was a game, but impossible to define. Nobody can define what is early music. And early music is the music itself. And I'm not speaking about the music. This is something different. I'm speaking about a scholar, the science of music, which they call musicology. So it is historical musicology. But if you had written historical musicology, you have then to explain what is the difference between historical musicology, systematic musicology, and so on and so on. And you lose the committee who will select your paper. So I said, I play with early music because it speaks. It sounds to most of the people what it could be. It's part of it's some kind of music that you need to study to perform with historical information. And so I could combine images of what is music with the reality of what is our work as musicologists. And we can do that with several challenges. We had challenge in education, of course. We had challenge with the sources, because we do practice the music with something which is important. We have a challenge with the publications, the output of what we do as musicologists. We have questions about the performance, which is the relationship between the performing aspects and the musicological aspect. I do not care about playing the flute, playing the harpsichord. It's not our question. Our question is, where are musicologists? What do they do and how do they work? And do they have a space for the future of education in Europe, a higher education in Europe, and how do they locate themselves in that system? So the relationship with performance is, of course, important. And then the final aspect is policy. So how do you establish, how do you write a policy brief that would inform the policymaker of what we do? So for each of the working group, we had a series of challenges, which goes from the scientific challenge, scientific question to ask, the education, and it's obvious for those who know the field of musicology, what is the relationship between a university and a Hochschule für Musik, Universität der Kunst, and a conservatoire, Conservatorio Superior, and a university, or a national organization for research like the CNRS. Then you had professional challenge. What do you do when you have a PhD? Where do you work? Is there any identification of it? Then a structural question, and we will come back to it afterwards again. It's where is musicology? Where is our field, the small field of musicology, located into the European infrastructures for research? Because what we know, what is the most stable in Europe are the infrastructures, the most stable for the research. The CERN will not change tomorrow. You will not move it. And so think about these infrastructures and how do we relate musicology to it. Then, and the final question, it's very complex and we are far to solve it, of course. It's the question of economic and societal, which is the relationship between musicology as a research field and the world of cultural and creative industries, which have been the target of many of the national and European projects today. And one of the most famous examples of creative industry would be in Europe, Spotify. And how do we connect musicology with Spotify? What are the tools that we could recommend for doing that? And you will have the PowerPoint, you know, because I am not going to go to the 248 slides, I think I saw on the thing. And so the first year of the course, we were thinking, what is our field? And that was a very hard discussion, and some people saying, oh, we do musicology because we love music, which is a very complex answer. And very difficult to understand, because you cannot say that you study medicine because you love cancer. And so love is not maybe the place for science. Love is what you do, what you live at home, I hope. But it's not something, no. You are interested in that kind of issues. You have to raise that kind of question. And so we saw that really the world of musicology is a very fragmented world. And because it's the unique field in the humanities where we are asked what you do with the topic and what do you research. The first question is always, what instrument do you play? We never ask to an art historian, do you paint on Sunday? We never do that. For a professor of literature, we never ask, did you write novel? No. So it's a tense situation. We are asked to do both sides. Like the research in medicine, where they do need practice and fundamental research. That's why you have this kind of a position. So that's a first fragmentation, which is quite complex to address. The second one, it's the diversity of what the final output you need to deliver before entering the professional world of musicology, which is a dissertation in general, a doctorate. And with the appearance in the last, and the increased number in the last 10 years of research, artistic research doctorates. So doctorates produced by people who have an education in the practice of music, but not necessarily in the technology of history, critical theories, and so on. And so you have a new kind of dissertation with the output, which is not the same. We are not judging the number of footnotes, or we don't do that anymore, but that was the case many years ago. But we have another look to have on this kind of output, and that creates a different, and that's something which exists only in the arts and the humanities, not elsewhere. Then we could say that the musicology, historical musicology, if we go back to the main field we are studying here, the number of PhD has collapsed. And it has collapsed because there are less professors who can supervise a PhD student. They have less people who are interested in the topic, maybe. So we have to express why is the interest falling down. And so the fragmentation was difficult. And also one other point I should mention, it's we do not have information about defining who we are. If you are archaeologist, if you are linguist, if you work in that kind of field, you will find yourself in the documentation published by the OCDE, the World Organization for Education. Musicology does not appear anywhere. What appears is performing arts, but not musicology. And that's a very important thing, because for OCDE, we do not exist. And how do you pretend to exist? By showing who we are, how we work, how we connect. Did you ever try to figure out how many musicologists with a PhD work, for example, at the University of Hamburg, at the University of Utrecht? It's impossible to have the information. You do not know who is permanent, non-permanent, who is a private docent, who is a... You see all of this mess, and the website of the university is not giving you information, so you cannot collect information and say to the OCDE, look, we are 240 professors, 300 associate professors, and etc. We cannot represent ourselves quantitatively. And this is what they need to read. The policymaker will not spend hours trying to understand that there is a difference between someone who teaches music history and also teach organ. No way. It doesn't work. They need to know knowing how many institutions, for example, welcome archaeology or welcome art history, etc., etc. So that's the first lesson we got from the work we've done for the first 2 years with EarlyMuse. It's impossible to have information, stable information of what we are and what we do. Other example, what do your PhD students become? Mine is now associate professor, he has a postdoc at the college in Oxford and so on. I say, yes. We are now 40 names, and I have 250 PhD delivered. Where are the 220 missing? And that's where the policy decision comes from. Because we could say, okay, they work in cultural and creative industries. They work in the performance world. They can work somewhere else. But we have to say it. We have to declare it. We have to describe it. And to come back to one issue which is still complex to deal with, and also which raises a lot of questions about the way we use digital tools, the way we use ISMIR, the way we use MEI, the way we use recording analysis, the way we use notation. It's that our field has to combine two kinds of output. One kind of output which is really non-textual, another one which is textual that we know, a dissertation, an article, a book, that we do understand. But what is on the other side, it's something that you cannot quantify, and that we do not have the habit of quantifying in a qualitative way, not saying he has done 3 performance, 5 performance. No, we have to go further on. And the case of performance is typical. The case of organologist, even instrument builder, which work with a historical informed way, of course, and they know how to deal with the instruments. They have such a knowledge, and that is very close to the knowledge of the music historian. So we have two kind of expression. And I could speak for organology of a new European project which started a few months ago, which is called the Musiksphere, which is dedicated to the building of 3D building of organ all over Europe. It's a more than 6 million euros project. You imagine. There is one musicologist in it. And you have 6 people coming from the world of technology, and even an organ builder from Eupen, near the German border in Belgium. So you see that it is a complex system where we have to combine non-textual and textual output for identifying our field. And so we had some strong statement, and which has implications for the way we work and what we will produce as a result of our work. And then that can help understanding why we work with digital, why we need to work with digital musicology, why we need to work with artificial intelligence, why we need to work with different kind of things, and even considering that we may not say the first output to look at is the book. Even though I'm a careful editor of a series of books by a historical publisher, it's not a question of rejecting something. It's really a question of balancing these elements. And so we publish reports, and those reports are available on a Zenodo if you want to go. And just by the time, this was the first report that we tried to do on the state of musicology in higher education, with all the issues I mentioned before. And what is important is the list. It's not easy to read. The list of people who have contributed. So this is cost effectiveness. When you apply to a European research project, they ask you, what did you do with your partner? You phoned him yesterday just to, or did you do something? And we come from a field where you published articles individually. I do not speak of music cognition. I do not speak sometimes of what has been changed thanks to the music and digital humanities. But in historical musicology, all of those people, most of them have never published with one other person. So at the end, no, they have a publication with ISBN, with DOI. Everything is recorded on the Zenodo platform of the European Commission. And they can pretend, if they want to work with someone of Kosovo, we have a researcher from Kosovo, and someone from Sweden, and then from someone from England, they have published papers together. This is an important aspect. It looks futile, but it is crucial when you apply for for European funding in some way. So this kind of report try to understand the state in the university, the state in the whole world of conservatories and assimilated, with some case studies all the time. And then questioning, and we will come back to that at the end of the month during a meeting in Palermo, what do we expect exactly of the relationship between artistic research and musicology? We are not just expecting to provide something, to provide a repertory, to provide a critical edition, but maybe to provide something different. And this is an important topic, considering the number of institutions across Europe that can now deliver a PhD in artistic research, which is almost 80 institutions. So it's not a small number of universities for the arts, or let's say. So that was the topic. Another report that we published at the end of 25 was interrogating the relationship between musicology and two fields. One field that has been practiced, data science, in a way digital musicology is data science, but putting it in relationship with something which is no more obvious, which is the science of heritage. Heritage, and we will see it later, being one of the keywords in the European landscape today for encouraging research as we do in the humanities. And once again, list of contributors. It's edited, you do not care, but contributors is really what is important when you look at this paper. And you can download it, it's accessible, and that has been done during meeting in Bratislava, in Ljubljana. So we really traveled a lot and meet for 3-4 days and work together around the table and on the same document and writing words after words. And some of you remember some at a moment. A new one, which is coming. It will be available in a week or two. It's Musicology as Artificial Science, and we met again with several colleagues who are here, and we try to analyze what are the tools today in artificial intelligence that can have an impact on the scholarship, the education, and the social statute of musicology, to remember the first slide you saw. Huh? So each time we ask the same questions to the problem, the issue, the theme. And so musicology as data science, it's a long paper coming. It's more than 180 pages, and with a lot of literature, and of course most of you are quoted in the literature, and you have contributed. It is important to know we are not there to create, as I said at the beginning, new knowledge. The question is not new knowledge, it's the way we articulate knowledge to make it understandable by our community at large, showing that it is a shared interest that can be seen by policymakers. So that's an important aspect. One paper coming, it's not yet on the layout because we are correcting it, and I will come back to it. It's how do we locate historical musicology in European infrastructures? Is what I mentioned earlier. And there we choose to analyze the infrastructures, but also we decided to have case studies. We imagine ourselves in the, I am a librarian, I am a professor for music history, I am a PhD student, and I want to do that. I want to question that, which kind of infrastructure do I look at for having the answers? It's coming in 2 to 3 weeks. It will be like the other one. So, I don't know, when do I have to finish? Because I have still 220 slides.
10:45.
Oh, yeah, but I will finish before, of course. Okay. And, yeah. What is striking us, and it's, and once again, you could express the divide of musicology with what is happening with the European funding for culture and research. If you are working in physics particles, you will only go to the research project funding in the European Commission. If you work in musicology, you can go to the Horizon Europe projects, but you can go also to Creative Europe, where you have a space. So you see that we have in our hand a topic, music, an art production, which is visible, which you can demonstrate. One job out of 125, it's dedicated to music from far or close. It's a European report. So we know, and we do not have to demonstrate why music matters. But we have to restate it in a very careful way, in a way. But then, what is surprising is that even though music matters, even though we can find music in research projects, in cultural projects, in digital projects, so we can combine an educational and youth projects of the European Commission, even though we can find music everywhere, it's not represented in policy. It's like it is not represented in the OCDE document about education. It is not also represented in policy. I do not know any document stating from the European Commission, musicology should address that question. I have never seen that. But that music is part of the practice, yes, that you find, but not musicology. And once again, I speak of musicology. I do not pretend to speak of something else. And we do not find the word musicology appeared in most of the European infrastructure, and I will come back to that later on. And then the danger could be that we become peripheral to this dynamic of European infrastructures, and then get lost and just close to ourselves, and then with a risk, of course, of not being visible enough and not being attractive enough for new researchers, young generation of researchers. And so we have good opportunity to insist to the European Commission that our topic is of interest, especially since we have so solid experience with people working since the 50s with Rizo, 1950s. We have people working with MEI as a large community everywhere. And it is also European, typically European. Even MEI is located, the center is more or less in Europe. There are at least many people work from it in Europe. Linking music is a bit different, but OMR is very well developed in Europe. And this is the important word to remember for the coming years is sovereignty. You cannot do anything if it is not sovereign digitally for the European Commission. For good or bad, I'm not judging, I'm just looking at it. And they check if you have a research project with a digital aspect of it, if they discover that you have a hedge fund from Texas owning a part, they get out. They get out directly. It's a very, very sensitive topic today. And it is good for us because we think about what is heritage, we can think about tradition, we can think about the work which has been done by the former researchers who have worked so much in the field, collecting, editing, analyzing. So we are connecting with our tradition. When you look at the landscape today, we know that there have been, like the CERN, there have been European infrastructure for research, what they call ERIC. And this ERIC, two of them, one is very well known for us because it has lasted for 20 years, it's DARIA. And DARIA, which is dedicated to the data in humanities. And it exists as a field, and in it, musicology, thanks to some colleagues who have been very dynamic in it, it still exists, it's still visible. But not that much, and it still needs to be comforted. The new European infrastructure, which has been opened, funded last October, its central place is Firenze, and it's dedicated to the heritage. The study. Do you know about this, Iris? Who knows about ERIS? Nobody. I will show you what it is. It's amazing. One disaster can help having an infrastructure. The disaster was the burning of Notre Dame in Paris. And how do you save materially the heritage? And then when you have a president of a republic, asking for something, it is better than a professor of musicology. And so these two are very important. Then now, of course, that Horizon Europe, and that Horizon Europe is going to be repeated, 28 to 34. It will be Horizon Europe, but with something that we do not understand where we are located, which is the innovation and technology. How do we locate musicology in innovation and technology? It's not that easy to see where we are, and we know that there are people debating about fundamental research and then applied research. It's still, but it will exist, and that should be published soon. It will exist, but without that's for sure. It will not be a cluster dedicated to the humanities and social sciences. It's over. That has disappeared. Huh? So you remember cluster 2, where we could apply for arts in the society, etc. That should disappear. Fortunately, they will put some more money on defense, but it's like this, and we cannot do anything. But this is something stable. Do you know that? That's a main thing, because it is what is open science for every field. And so there you really have a dynamic at the European level, and it's working by nodes that could be a thematic nodes, geology, archaeology, or they can work with nodes that are created by association of infrastructure, which can nourish the European open space for science. And so that could be the result of that, and that feeding that. But then you have two new initiatives. A few years ago, the Commission landed a wish to create a digital a cloud for heritage, a European cloud for heritage. And they decided to fund a major project, and around it 21, they call Sisters Project, that could feed the cloud, that could experiment what we can do with the cloud for heritage. It's 110 million euros. Huh? It's a very good money input by involved by the European Commission, and that will last until 29. Then in 29 we have to find something else. But then you have the common data space, which all of this is related, of course. Huh? And the common data space, it's how do we create in Europe the condition to have storage of data, which are fair, etc., that you know much better than me, and that can last for long enough to be involved in the research, to be involved in open research, and also to guarantee some kind of sovereignty to the data at the European level. So the importance of having data center which belongs to some state or the European Commission, and we will never have one, but that kind of topic. And it is inside the common data space, a data space for heritage. So you have the data space for heritage, which is kind of a library. It's a library where you store your data following some rules. And it's the Europeana Stiftung, the Europeana, which is in charge of articulating the data space for heritage inside the common data space. And this is why I'm leaving this evening, but after tomorrow in Brussels, I have a meeting between I representing and then representing the data space. How do we combine a space for storage with a space for experimentation? Because the cloud is a place where you experiment. A cloud is not the cloud as we think, I put my file in that cloud. No, a cloud is a space where you can involve data coming from the data space, created by European infrastructures, and then organized by your lab or your collaborative lab, and you want to work with this data and create some, provoke some new kind of experimentation. So the cloud is a laboratory of experimentation which will be built next door to the data space. And this is happening with several fields already. Huh? Linguistics is on. Brain, which comes from the big flagship brain project. So you see that the landscape is changing. And what we have seen in our reports, in our work, is that we have almost everything in our hands to answer this kind of challenge and be part of this infrastructure. So the first question was, what kind of data do we have with musicology? And so we analyze it in detail, and that you know even much better than I do. And we listed all that different kind of data and how we can work on this kind of data. And of course, we know that some experimentation are already going on by some research group, and that they are creating a dynamic that can be an insurance for an infrastructure. You will know, okay, they have been doing that for 20 years, audio analysis for more than 20 years, and it is progressing, and it is giving new kind of results that can be part of this European infrastructure. And so that's kind of a thing I can go on. You would say, okay, why should I go to ERIS? One important thing, when we speak of heritage in Europe, people only think about a painting, a building, a vase, but they barely think about intangible heritage. And this is where we have to work very carefully with them, because legal issues which are not the same, and question of all the questions that we already mentioned. But if we take ERIS has been built without the word music and musicology in it. And it is now established. But to work on the music instruments, to work on the parchment, to analyze the ink of some sources of medieval manuscripts, all those belongs to exactly what do ERIS. So what we need to do and what we try to do is to give the key to apply to this infrastructure, European infrastructure, having the right vocabulary to apply and to say, look, we should have a space in one of the tools that you have, because they have a lot of different kind of tools. Huh? You have the MoLab. The MoLab is something you can travel with. The archaeologists use it at the ERIS. You travel to an archaeological site and you measure something, and it can also measure with the sculpture in situ. They can go and take information of what is behind the sculpture without touching the sculpture. And that happens all the time with music instruments. That happens all the time with musical source that we've been working on. Then the DigiLab is analyzing in details what are inside an object. Of course, it's materially oriented, but we work a lot with objects, and it can also go to objects that we are not yet included in that. And maybe Augustin will speak of that this afternoon for what we have done with the Consortium Musica in France, with the electronic music of the 60s and the 70s, which is a material that people do not know and which is disappearing, and how do we transform that in data thanks to a DigiLab that is there. And I mean, you do not have to invent everything. You can work on the data itself. You can work on creating knowledge from the data using that kind of thing. And that's something you will see in the coming report on musicology and European infrastructures. And of course, when we analyze some of the challenge, we have the OMR, because optical music recognition can be an important challenge for creating data that can be used for artificial intelligence, but also it has an impact on creative and cultural industries. What will we do with Universal? What will we do with Behrenreiter? What will we do with Schott? What will we do with all this music publishing house? At the moment, we will have an optical musical recognition system that will allow you to produce by yourself the scores. So this is where we can finally connect to the cultural and creative industries, and which is a very, very important topic today, as I mentioned before. So, but I think that some of our colleagues will speak more on that, and we are aware, and this is the importance of working a paper 30, 40 scholars together on the same paper. We are aware that there are different tools. We are aware that there are different ways of approaching, and it is important not to be selective. What is important is to be very, very inclusive in the difference of the tools and the methods, in order to create data that can be shared finally. And this is an example of a way of doing an OMR that is not the way that could be described by our colleagues from Alicante, for example, etc., etc. And so everybody would do its difference. But what is important is the nature of the result. Huh? And this is also viable for the triple IF things. Of course, transcription, that's all important. I took this example. This example can be problematic. I am part of that project. It's Benjamin Haury. He's now a postdoc in Leuven, in musicology, of the Flemish organization for research, but he's an American. And the data center which holds all this data is in the US. And at some point, we cannot do that anymore. For the moment, it may change in 2-3 years, let's hope, but for the moment, it's complicated to do that. And so you see that there are connections, there are things going on, and this is a way of doing the database that is not the way you have been doing database here with Ritmo and with music data. So that's of course we always have to imagine that our reports have to address the community, and the community does not know what you all know about the recommendation, the Artificial Intelligence Act, etc., etc. So that's and of course the legal policy and standard. It was a large project in Europe called FairMuse. Do you know FairMuse project? It's crucial. It's a project about how do you distribute music in a fair way to the creator of the music. So it was a European Commission answer, a European project trying to answer the question of iTunes, Amazon, etc., etc., and analyzing it very carefully. And you had people specialists in intellectual property, legal issues, business, not one musicologist. Our positioning, it would be a repeat of what I have said before, so you understand what we say. And we then finally made some few recommendations that you can read about the way we could manifest artificial intelligence and musicology in the curriculum, the student curriculum, and the way we could act really in the data science, and pretend that we are part, and you cannot consider heritage. When they founded the European Cloud for Heritage many years ago, when we were discussing the funding with the Commission, they forgot intangible. It was not in. So we were at risk of having a Cloud for Heritage without music, theater, dance, poetry, etc., etc. So the importance of showing the quality of our data, and the importance anyway, the importance is the data, and that you all know, and that is the preservation also of our profession. It's someone who is educated in philology, in musicology, in knowing to read, knowing to analyze the modes, the tonality, and so on, to create the data that can be useful. If it is only a data created by technology, we are not sure so far that it can reach the level of quality, the level of information that we can have otherwise. And of course, we try to use it as a test case, to use music and not dance, not film, not all to the field, but music. And I insisted, and they agree. So next year, starting I think in September or October, I will lead a task about what do music research need from a cloud. from a European cloud for heritage. So it will be very important to demonstrate that we will need data coming from music editor, philologist, analysis coming from people working in cognitive science about perception, producers of recordings, publishing house like not Universal because it's a bad choice, but we can find Bärenreiter, let's say, and all these kind of houses, and then trying to see how this means that we are ready to use a cloud, and that it is important to have a cloud, and how this can have an impact on the cultural and creative industries on the other side. And then in that way, we can open new perspectives for people with a dissertation in musicology, and showing that the future of someone who has a PhD in musicology is not only to work as a professor in a university in the Netherlands or in Belgium, it's maybe to work with the cultural and creative industrial world and pretend to manipulate and know how to organize the data, being heritage and being creative and cultural industries. So that, of course, you all know. And of course, it's our duty, we musicologists, and especially those at some age selecting, not to evaluate only an article in a book, but really to evaluate what some of our colleagues and younger colleagues have done to improve the way we create the data, the way we create data science, thanks to that data. And that's kind of, you can find it. And this is some recommendation for the future. And as I said, we need to write a recommendation, even though we know that our recommendation can be a bit like a dream, but it has an impact slowly. It changes slowly things, and with the need to transform our environment, and knowing also that it's a common effort, that we have really to bind our efforts to do it, and that's all. I will stop and leave you with 248 slides still to see today. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much, Philippe. This was really interesting and very impressive and inspiring for us who try to navigate in this quite complex landscape of fundings and initiatives. And so thank you very much. And this report is available online.
I can send the PowerPoint to everybody today, and then you have the links. Look on the last diapositive, which is number 245. You have the link to the Zenodo, where you can download everything.
I think it's really...
Zenodo is a large European platform for free publication.
Yeah. So, are there any questions for Philippe? Yes.
So thank you for this overview. I have a question about a tension I observe, which is there are these, let's say, big infrastructures. We can store data. We have a space to do experiments. But there is a tension with individual research questions. And my observation over years is that often, if you have, let's say, a one-size-fits-all infrastructure or method, then always there is the individual research question do not really fit with it. So you need always a kind of tailored, and we do not want to lose that freedom as musicologists. So how do you see that tension, and how to approach that?
I do agree, Peter. But I mentioned that at some point when I said that what is important is to demonstrate how rich it is to have different approach for the same purpose, which is data for musicology as large as possible. And it's up to us to demonstrate to these infrastructures that we can go on with diversity. Something coming from Norwegian Ritmo is certainly not the same thing as coming from the songs in the Dutch from the 17th century and so on. It's to us to demonstrate it, but that's to you. I'm just organizing the knowledge and the channel for the knowledge. This is why it is always important to make sure that we locally, nationally, and at the European level are really working together, that there is always a connection. And it is obscure, and it has taken me 20 years before understanding how it is, so that in the Cloud for Heritage, I could say, look, music. I think that we are mature. There have been projects, and yesterday evening we were mentioning things starting in 2002, and there was things starting in 1990. I spoke with someone else speaking about cognitive science in the 90s. It started to be very important as a field for music. In 2000 with the music retrieval, etc., etc. And now it's so mature that it is important to see how we connect. They did that with archaeology. Even though they fight to each other, this is not an issue. We will always fight. But they reach a level where it happens. And of course, the Notre Dame case has nothing to do with the case of Venice, with the water system, etc., etc. So, but they figure out that maybe having some tools can erase the differences of individual data structuring and data thinking. And this is one point. And I did not mention the partnerships. And this is the two big European new structures. You know that for years they had the flagship projects, which were large, like the Brain flagship project I mentioned. It was 800 million euros. Nothing to do with us. It's not for us. But now they have two big flagships, which will last for more than 10 years. And it is signed, and it is for sure. One partnership is called a Resilient Heritage. And music is not in. But how many instruments of music are about to disappear? How many organs, Peter? You know that very much. How many oral tradition are disappearing, and that can be only preserved thanks to some archives that you have digitized and analyzed, and now doing some new experimentation like Ritmo and so on and so on. But resilient heritage, and it's a very, very good amount of money, and it will work through coal. So it's good to think already now. Resilience is one of the major topics. Disappearance of tradition, destruction of things. The war is destructing. It can destroy a church where you can have something, an organ, instruments, or representation of instruments, and so on. And so you have resilience. The other big topic, it's a virtual world. That's not a new partnership, and virtual world for especially medicine, material science, creating virtually reaction between materials and so on. And there is a small part for culture, very small, but it is there. And it is where we can enter, once again. And we can come with our diversity, our heterogeneity. We speak one word, and we know that you have a bass, a tenor, an alto, and a soprano, but it's one voice. That's the ambiguity between polyphony and homophony.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you so much. I also think it's really important what you say about these cost actions. They are really about collaboration or networks and coming together to create projects, not about the projects themselves. Yeah. And that's really also very relevant for how we work in Mishmash, the Center for AI and Creativity. It's a huge consortium with many partners and people, and kind of the main thing is coming together, work together, have a strong network, and collaborate within different fields, and yeah.
Yeah, that's not easy, even inside the field of musicology, because being a musicologist in Kosovo, in Bulgaria, in Georgia, is not the same as being musicologist in France, in Spain, and these differences are stronger than we think. And then it creates some kind of movement towards those who are only rich.
Right.
And this is not what we expect of culture, because we demonstrate that they practice music in all of these countries, no more or less than they do in France, in Kosovo. They do the same. So we need to demonstrate that there is a balance between the professional, personal ambition of someone working in musicology in a country which is less dotated than the big one, and it's by combining network and learning how to work together towards one goal, with the differences. But the difference, I think the professional, the social difference is a key issue, because salaries and it's really difficult, and professional perspectives. So you say, okay, I am not going to do musicology of early music in Bulgaria. It is not one even professor. Yeah, it is one teaching a little bit, a lute player in Sofia, who teach excellent lute player, by the way, but teaching also music history, but that's all. So you do not have perspective in historical musicology in that case. You do not feel good. So that has to be taken into consideration, and creating co-direction of PhD and so on to help center the attention, carry the attention to places that are out of the main map of knowledge in Europe.
Yeah. Olivier.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Very interesting. Would you mind maybe showing us the structure of this upcoming report of historical musicology and AI, just the different sections?
Yeah.
Maybe that could be enlightening.
This is up. This is the one. You are among the people, huh? I think. Huh? And so we divided this in some few points. And there are few points. First, we wanted to make sure that every member of our community knows what is artificial intelligence and musicology. Not in details, but in 38 pages or 40 pages, you understand you have the same level of knowledge. And because most of the time, our colleagues who are not interested in that question, they do not know where you are. They do not know. It's like an esoteric field. Huh? So this is explaining what is artificial intelligence doing to musicology. Then we try to show, okay, since we need to work from data, we have to work from the isolated data. You remember that part, Peter? Isolated data to connection between data. So thinking about what is ontologies and how do we work with ontologies and how do we connect our ontologies with ontologies coming from different fields, because that could be also the question. The third step, and of course we show that it can be connected to some European infrastructures. And then the third step was to concentrate on the OMR, optical music recognition, because it's where we had the feeling we can connect interest of different kind of people and the methodology of the innovation of artificial intelligence. And because with OMR, we can work on early music, you can work on contemporary music. You have no limits of corpus, but insistence on one technology, and a rich technology, complex, by the way, because we do not agree on everything so far. So afterwards, the question of education that I mentioned earlier, because it is important in all of your institutions, you have documentation about how to use artificial intelligence in the classroom, what do you use for grading exams, etc., etc. So this is a part dedicated to that problem, and also the issues of the ethical issues of using artificial intelligence and how we could connect artificial intelligence to that world of creative and cultural industries. And then we end with some final kind of recommendation, but Also attention that has to be paid, for example, to the issue of canons. We, using artificial intelligence, work on some specific corpus, neglecting maybe so many corpus. We may have nothing about music from Birmania, because we always concentrate on Norwegian, Belgian, French, Italian, Spanish music, and so we have some kind of bias that we have to think of to care very much. And also the danger of de-skilling, which is educational and scientific, because if we have nobody able to read notation of the Visigothic notation for the planchet in Spain of the 9th or 10th centuries, only 70 sources, there are not that many, but if you have nobody aware of that kind of notation, you cannot work. It's not a technological problem. It's really a musicological problem, and it is what we are pretending to be at the forefront of our work. Voilà, Olivier. It will be available, I think, in a week. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Philippe. So now we'll have a short break until 11. So please have some coffee and fruits. Yes, so I think we'll start again. So our next speaker is Arnulf Mattes. Arnulf Mattes is a professor in musicology at the University of Bergen, and since 2015 he has been leader of the Grieg Research Center. Arnulf received his PhD at the University of Oslo with a dissertation on Schoenberg's chamber music written in American exile. His research interests include music history, music philosophy, aesthetics, and historical performance practice. And currently, he is researching issues related to 19th and 20th century art music as part of our collective cultural memory, national memory, politics, and the management of musical heritage. And he is also co-leading Work Package 6, AI for Cultural Heritage in Mishmash. And today he will present the following paper, From Project to National Infrastructure, Building a Digital Work Catalogue for Norwegian Musical Heritage. So please, Arnulf.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be here and getting the opportunity to present our little baby, which already is maybe 10 years old. Just jumping right into the background. The background is in fact a project called Norwegian Musical Heritage. And this was a national initiative for the preservation and dissemination of historical music by Norwegian composers. When speaking of historical music, we mean 19th century music. So this is a kind of, label we used. The goal was to map and register forgotten manuscripts, material kept in private collections and public archives, scrutinize, systematize the material, edit important works, and make them available again so that they can be performed by musicians, also individual musicians, but also ensembles and orchestras, and thus reach a larger audience again, nationally and internationally. So this was the goal of this project. And there's also, to achieve this goal, it has been a cooperation of the biggest institution, musicology institutions, the departments in Oslo, Bergen, Trondheim, Tromsø, as well as the Norwegian Academy of Music, and also the National Library were involved in this project. And we had also supporting members by the Norwegian Theatre and Orchestra Association and the Norwegian Composers Association. So this was a quite unique gathering of forces in Norway coming together for achieving this goal. And we had also international partners, which were the kind of the partner projects in musical heritage. And there you had in Denmark what it was called the Danish Center for Music Publishing. Maybe some of you have been there or been affiliated. And also the Swedish project, which is called A Levande Musikarv. You might have heard as a living musical heritage. So they had, and this was started already maybe 2011, but really got traction. Takes years to get the funding. But then from 2011, we got funding from the Norwegian Research Council. It's quite interesting, for two separate individual research projects, the one on Johann Svendsen and the other on Fartein Wahlen, which were 4 years full kind of ERC, but in a smaller, smaller frame. And then we got funding from the Norwegian Cultural Council for another 5 years period. And the results of this project were a series of editions, critical editions, published by Norsk Musikkforlag, the Norwegian music publisher. And you can find it when you're going on the website still. There's a series dedicated to Norwegian musical heritage, critical editions. And other results were that we, in fact, established an expert group of scholars and say people from the practical field, which were experts in editing, and also a set of editorial guidelines, which had to be used, and also a professional layout and design for the issues. So these were the kind of the outcomes of this project, which run till 2022, roughly. So what happens then when a project, and this is maybe also a challenge for us altogether, this kind of sustainability issue, what happens when the money runs out? How can you proceed? So, can come back to this. I, from my side, also worked on a kind of similar project dedicated to this quite well-known Norwegian composer, Edvard Grieg. And this project was, there was also my colleague here involved, Pierre Reitan, was to build a digital thematic catalogue of Grieg's works. And this was the core of the project, and also brought together the university library, which also my colleague here, Daniel Øvrebø, is the head of, the music library, and the Bergen Public Library, which in fact hosts the Grieg collection. So again, this was kind of bringing together different institutions. And the result was, in fact, the first English language digital thematic work catalog of Grieg's work, so that we could ensure that access to this corpus by, for example, international scholars, which not could maybe speak Norwegian or German. So next step was to, before that, I don't know if you've heard about Mermaid. Who who has kind of knowledge about it? Yeah, at least some. And already I think it was quite in the beginning of the Norwegian Musical Heritage Project, we had, of course, our cooperation with the Danish Center for Music Publishing. And as some of you know, they are behind the development of this, tool, what is called the Metadata Editor and Repository for MEDATA. And this became the platform, the system we used for the production establishment of our work catalogs since then. And it has also a quite colorful history, back and forth, and also one of the, events that impacted us was, of course, that the Danish Center for Music Publishing was closed. And then also what happens again? There was an infrastructure, a platform, a tool developed. Where does it go? Who is responsible? And all these questions again. So yeah, these are kind of maybe the main issues we're always dealing with, and I had to. But it's really a fantastic tool. I mean, it's developed by musicologists. It's developed by people working very closely with music edition. And it was the Carl Nielsen catalog, which is still running. But the Mermaid has been kind of transferred to a kind of community solution, which now is also run from Germany mostly. But it really offers a lot of interesting opportunities. It offers, for example, exactly to bring together both musicologists and people from archiving and also digital developers. and it also offers a very, I think, dynamic and innovative way of structuring metadata produced through music edition processes, you can say. And everything you can imagine, which is kind of related to work, to musical work, speaking of the 19th century, a symphony, a string quartet, or a sonata, and so on, you can really kind of connect and relate and put in, and it's very dynamic. So I'm not so much time. This is how this is the. I think this is the editor, isn't it? Yeah. So this is in the course of the development, we were very fortunate and got a lot of support by German partners quite recently. One is in Mainz for Wissenschaftsakademie, the Center for Music Documentation, which is in fact very much running Mermaid for the time being. And Christina Richts, I think she will present tomorrow, is also involved, which is the leader of the center, and also the Milieu at the University of Paderborn, a center for Medien, Musik, maybe you know. They also were very, very helpful. So with their help, in fact, we got re-established this Mermaid catalog system and developed it and updated it. It was very, again, a critical issue. And it has kind of two parts, a back-end part and a front-end part. And part of the back-end is the editor interface. And this is what we musicologists kind of meet when we are working with the catalogs. And there you can log in, and I can give access to anybody of you if you want. And if you want to for example, create a new catalog with your baby, your composer you want to include. So it's quite intuitive. You don't really have a lot of training. It's like a normal user with a kind of digital competence. You can use it and you can edit from there, and then the result is kind of imported into the catalog, the interface. And this, I think, some of you might recognize. Looks like this kind of default interface for catalogs, which the Danish let's say center developed. And all this is kept in a GitHub repository, so everybody can, in fact, create a catalog with these tools. So it's open, totally open system. And here we got a little bit help to tailor it a little bit, to see the kind of little bit logo and so on. And then we can put in our catalogs and work with them. And so this is how far we have come. And this looks, if you go into, for example, a special work like the Peer Gynt suite by Grieg, you find a typical kind of critical commentary of a music edition collected there. And you can really expand it and you can change it. You can put in new tags and categories and whatever you want. I think it's a very flexible system. You can see there's a description of the music, there are the incipits, there's the description of the music, as much as you want, for example, instrumentation and so on. You can put in longer comments. Of course, the source, very important. The history of the work, Genesis, recordings, and bibliography, and so on and so on. So you know this typical editorial catalog work. Yeah, so this is where we are for now. See, we have established a cooperation between the research, music research, which is my center at the university, the university library in Bergen is very much involved now, and also the partners, the CENMEM in Paderborn and the center in Mainz works very well, and our goals are to further develop the catalogs, and this means to expand the catalogs, and is also related to research questions. What do we want with all this data? For whom are they useful? So this we also want to address, of course, but also develop more useful, for example, search functions, you can say. How to search in all this data, and to make this maybe also more interesting is to relate different kinds of data. For example, include historical record as audio material. Now we have links, of course, to all the facsimiles, to all the digital manuscripts, but we could also do the same with, of course, audio, historical recordings, and they are available, and other kind of data and materials. And and then the last question is, of course, maybe how is AI a tool which might help us to make this even more accessible or not? And there are some interesting tools already we could kind of try out. For example, analysis of incipits and so on. And there we also trying to figure out how this could help us. So to achieve this, we also have plans to cooperate with the National Library, which kind of is the center, the development center for this kind of AI solutions in Norway. Yeah. Okay. This was one too far. Yeah.
You have about 1 more minute.
1 more minute, yeah. Yeah, just this was just to show how we solve this kind of backend issues. For example, which server can we use when we kind of were thrown out by the University of Oslo when the Norwegian Musical Heritage project was terminated. We had to find a new server solution. This is this kind of really practical issues, and it took some time, but there is in fact a solution which is really available for all researchers in Norway, at least, and this is this Norwegian Research and Education Cloud. So there was no problem to establish a server there, but I didn't really know about the solution before some of the university library told us there's something you could use. So this is kind of like things. And the others that we established a repository at the university's Git app, and which also gave us the opportunity to create a working group working with the materials and helping us to build these pipelines between editor and interface and so on. And as you can see, there are the people from us, from the university library, like Daniel, and also the partners, for example, in Paderborn, Peter Stadler, and so on, which can kind of directly intervene and work, and maybe Olivier and so on want to join. It's no problem. So we have this kind of this infrastructure problem seems to be solved for the time being. It's really working very well. Yes, so far. Thank you.
And this is also a highly collaborative project. Like, that's how you manage to continue the work, through collaboration when the funding stopped, after the funding stops. That's interesting. We have time for one question, if there's anyone.
Nobody else wants to.
What's being done to interface with performers so that the music that is published in these critical editions gets out there into concert programs, and so that the people who design concert programs and run orchestras and stuff can access this information in a way that they can use it.
Yeah, as I mean, you're speaking of the editions produced. Yeah, as I mean, when they're kind of all the editions are connected to performance projects. So that the thing was, we discovered a work, for example, and then we found an orchestra who wanted to perform it, but there was the important things, and this was the material, the scores and so on, and the parts. So this is what we delivered. There was a kind of a two-level way of working. The one was to really make a critical edition, which is published, and you can buy it. This is this thick books in the really print tradition. But then also, of course, practical material, performance material for the orchestras and the conductors and the parts and so on. So this was a kind of a collaboration between the musicians and these institutions, orchestras mostly, and editors and the publisher, in a way, you can say. So this is, but it's absolutely, and most of the editors were, of course, were practical musicians interested in edition and in historical performance practice. This is this kind of most of the experts, in fact, coming from the performance side. So there was also this kind of overlap. Not so much musicologists, because our problem maybe is in musicology, is that this part of, area of research has really shrinked so much. Everything which is kind of connected, at least in Norway. I must say, also with all respect for the Ritmo Center and so on, but they really don't do so much related to scores and this kind of traditions anymore, the historical musicology. But we have, of course, some on early music, but again, you have these divides. We are working on 19th century music. We're in a different place. So this is also part of the picture.
Okay, great. Thank you, Arnulf. Yes, so it's time for our next speaker. We have so much interesting things on the program and a bit tight time schedule, but yeah, let's move on to Emilio. So Emilio Ros Fabregas is a researcher in musicology ad honorem at the Spanish National Research Council. Institución Mila y Fontanals, or research in humanities. I'm sorry about my poor language skills.
Please don't worry, I will have worse problems with
in Barcelona. Yes. His research focuses on Spanish music of Renaissance, the historiography of Spanish music in an international context, and the recent developments of digital musicology. He created the open access platform Fondo de Música Tradicional in 2012 and Books of Hispanic Polyphony in 2013. He is currently president of the Catalan Musicological Society, and for the next 4 years he has been elected to the board of the choral institution Orfeo Català. As co-leader of Working Group 2, devoted to sources, he is participating in the Cost Action and New Ecosystem of Early Music Studies, EarlyMuse. So the title of his paper today is Latest Developments of the Platform Fondo de Música Tradicional, IMF CSIC. So please, Emilio.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Olivier Lartillot and the organizers of this symposium for their generous invitation to participate. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. I have organized this presentation in 3 sections. First, a description of the origins and materials of oral tradition we have at my institution in Barcelona in the Fondo de Música Tradicional, to which I will refer to as FMT. These materials had originated in mid-20th century and had been basically forgotten by the end of the 20th century. Second, the process of organization, cataloging of materials that I started in 2010, shortly after I joined my institution in 2009, and the creation of the open access website in 2012 and its development. And third, the latest development of the FMT, Third, the latest development of the FMT, especially after the renovation of the website in 2025, with description of some aspects of our modest technological innovation in workflow and use of artificial intelligence. The Spanish musicologist Higini Anglès founded the former Instituto Español de Musicología in Barcelona in 1943. It was the first musicological research institute in Spain. Between 1944 and 1960, its folklore section collected more than 20,000 melodies of oral tradition from all over Spain through the so-called misiones folclóricas, folklore missions, and concursos, competitions, in which many researchers and folklorists participated. In 1944, Anglès invited Mario Schneider, who had previously been responsible for the Berlin Phonograph Archive, to take over the leadership of the folklore section in Barcelona. The misiones were specific commissions to prestigious folklorists to collect songs of oral tradition in specific Spanish provinces. A total of 65 missions were organized, in which 16 researchers were involved. In addition, competitions took place with cash prizes between 1945 and 1949 to collect repertory sent to Barcelona by other researchers and school teachers who sent children's songs. Through these activities, the collected materials preserved at the IMF CSIC in Barcelona, which are mostly handwritten on paper, consist of thousands of cuartillas, notebooks, sheets from the 65 missions containing written melodies alongside the informant cards detailing data on the thousands of people who sang or played them, 67 notebooks in different formats submitted to the concursos, phonographic recordings in various formats, registry books, thousands of cataloging, bibliographic, and analytical cards. You see here, for instance, the first card of 1944 of an informant, in this case a girl of 10-year-old. So we would have the age, the town where this person was living, how this person learned the song, and the pieces that he or she sang. This is a sample of a melody song. This is the first one, also in 1944, with a melody, in this case, a children's song, also indicating how the children were playing while singing this piece. And this is the researcher who took it. This is another example. This took place until 1960, where the financing finished. And so there are many folders with this, and this is one of the major researchers at the time, Manuel García Matos, who collected many. And so there are many of these, or were many of these ones. This is a format of a cuaderno, also sung on of those concursos with children's songs. This is a cuaderno for with music and dance for a major feast at Vilafranca del Penedès, for instance, with photos, melodies. There is a registered book of the missions with the materials of each one. Also the guidelines that to collect songs. Usually also, besides collecting the songs, they would have to have a small diary or journal about what they were doing. Only a very small fraction of these collected melodies was ever published. For this purpose, the CSIC created the series Cancionero Popular Español, but only 5 volumes were published in 1951, 1960, 1985, 87. Most of the materials remain unpublished at the same location. Since these materials were collected during the Franco's dictatorship in Spain, the repertory collected in Barcelona sometimes has been confused with the song and dances collected by the so-called Sección Femenina, the feminine section of the Falange, Franco's fascist party. This other repertoire, which is preserved in different archives, not in Barcelona, was indeed performed by numerous popular dance groups throughout Spain, known as the coros y danzas de la Sección Femenina. This repertoire was indeed utilized by the Franco regime with clear ideological intent in mass public performances and competitions, and it was frequently broadcast on the Nodo, the dictatorship's audiovisual propaganda news program that the Spaniards were forced to watch in cinemas before people could see a movie. That was a very clear political, of course, instrumentalization of folklore heritage under the Franco regime. On the other hand, the ethnomusicological activities of the former Instituto Español de Musicología in Barcelona took a completely different direction thanks to the impressive team with people of diverse political orientations that Anglès was able to assemble in Barcelona, who then was responsible for the thousands of cataloging and analytical cards of the melodies from the Misiones and other work done in Barcelona. During my research, I have been able to identify the handwriting on these cards. The individual hands can be easily identified, for instance, by the treble clef. I recognize the handwriting and the work of Antonio de San Sebastián, known as Father Donostia, the most prominent Basque folklorist of his time, and certainly not a friend of the Franco regime. He was forced to leave Spain, but when he returned to his monastery in Lecaroz, Anglès brought him to Barcelona in 1944, where he worked until his death in 1953. I recognize the handwriting and the work of Joan Tomàs i Parés, one of the most important Catalan folklorists, who was involved in the impressive Obra del Cançoner Popular de Catalunya project from 1922 to 1936, and collected more than 10,000 Catalan songs. During his time at the Musicology Institute in Barcelona, he served as deputy director of the Orfeó Català, the most important choral institution in Catalonia, whose performances had been banned by the Franco regime. I recognize the handwriting and the work of the Catalan philologist Josep Romeu Figueras, known among other things for his brilliant edition of the literary text of the 16th century Cancionero Musical de Palacio in 2 large volumes, which accompanied the musical edition by Anglès in the Monumentos de la Música Española. He was responsible for the text editions of 4 of the 5 volumes of the Cancionero Popular Español, and for a large number of handwritten clean copies of text from the Misiones, which are also incorporated to the FMT. Sorry. I recognize the handwriting of Marius Schneider in dozens of drafts, comparative tables of melodies from Spanish cancioneros of all eras, which attempt to link all melodies with those more recently collected through the Misiones. We hope to include these drafts in the FMT soon. Finally, I see the hand of Eugène Anglès, who frequently drew upon his experiences in Catalonia, where he transcribed thousands of sacred and secular melodies of oral tradition. When I joined my research institution in 2009, these fieldwork materials from the 40s and 50s, which had been forgotten for many years, were preserved in rather poor condition in an office next to mine. Therefore, I decided to take action, and since 2010, I have been responsible for organizing these materials, digitizing them, and making them available online. It was also a way of studying my own institution's history and recognizing the quality of my predecessors' work. So you see here that we have also some of the materials and works. Well, in this second section, I want to highlight the students' collaboration through practicums and research stays, and their names and institutions appear in the website. Also a grant that we had in 2015 and 16 to finish digitizing most of the materials, and a project for integral renovation of the website that we have done recently, that we presented at the National Library in Spain in Madrid in last December. So this is how they were, now how these materials are nicely kept. The first task was to give a name to these materials from the Misiones Folclóricas, and I designated them as Fondo de Música Tradicional IMF-CSIC, abbreviated FMT. It is important to clarify that now the term FMT refers on the one hand to the physical archive of this documentation at the IMF in Barcelona, and on the other hand to the digital platform and database created in 2012. On this platform, the documentation can be consulted alongside all the materials of Spanish traditional music of various origins that we continue to add to the website. The FMT online platform would not have been possible without the contributions of many people. First and foremost, our webmaster Jan Kolacek from the Czech Republic must be mentioned, who very generously believed in this project and started to build the website in September of 2012, according to our instructions tailored to the specific characteristics of these materials. The contributions of my colleague, Maria Gemberus Tarroz at the IMF, and my doctoral student, now professor at the University of Granada, Ascension Mazuelanguita, were also of immense value. Soon the FMT expanded into a collaborative project since many undergraduate and postgraduate students, as well as national and international researchers, came to us to complete practicums, internships, and research stays. All of their names appear in the FMT About page and in the menu people, as well as the individual in the individual catalog pages to which they contributed. Currently, the FMT digital platform contains references to more than 61,000 pieces of oral tradition and has developed into a powerful open access resource for research into Spanish traditional music. Some of the collections that you see here, starting from the 19th century, we have added Catalan collections from 1886, from 66, 82, also recordings from Kurt Schindler when he came to Spain in 32, Alan Lomax from the 50s, a large collection from the Fundación Joaquín Díaz, also those nodo excerpts from Spanish dances that are very useful also to contrast the materials we have, also TV programs on traditional music and so forth and so on. So actually the website, the two websites, this one and the other one of Books of Hispanic Polyphony, of which I will say just very briefly something at the very end, were platforms for collaborating of musicology and students. We had some workshops on digitization, for instance, here of the magnetic tapes that we have. So we found also one of a magnetophone also that we had, and we started to digitize the materials with this thing. With the grant we received, we were able to digitize also the 21 wax cylinders at the phonograph archive in Berlin. I took them on a plane in my carry-on luggage to digitize them. Also there we had a rare format wire, magnetic wire, unidentified at that time, and we were able to find somebody in Barcelona, in the province of Barcelona, a very old person who had a shop of audiovisual stuff, and he had this machine, the same as the reels, and certainly it was a surprise because this was used in the 50s, probably in radio programs, and very often they would tape over and over on top of that. So we had not cataloged this, and when we started to listen to it, immediately you will see it, and we'll see here an example. Villancico por María Pantoja. So we identified the person who would sing. So since we had cataloged all the names of the informants of all the locations, when we heard the name, we look in the database. Okay, we had not cataloged these pieces, but yes, that's the Mission 38. So we went to Mission 38, and there she was, María Pantoja, and the transcription of the piece. So let's click here to, sorry, oops. Sorry. Okay.
Villancico por María Pantoja. Y estando una pastorcita de sencillo corazón, y al pie de su ovejita pensaba en su dulce amor.
So this is 1949, there were no recordings of this person who was very well known in Jerez de la Frontera. So when I told them they had a flamenco archive, this is not flamenco. This is a villancico, but sung with flamenco accent, which is really very, very nice. They were really amazed that we had this. And so we have several reels with also with flamenco playing and so forth and so on. Also, what was very interesting is that people started to seize these pieces because most of the materials are on paper, and they started to sing in their own houses. They would tape that, they would bring that to YouTube, they would tell us, and we would put the connection. So we have video links to YouTube of people doing that, or CDs being done with materials of these misiones. And also we have done many activities at the, both in Barcelona with old people and young people on these repertories. Also our collaborators in Seville, for instance, with the students of the Conservatorium Seville, they cataloged the mission in Seville, and then they went to the same places where these pieces had been performed, and they made concerts, lectures, and people were really thrilled to see the repertory being rescued and introduced. So what are the latest developments? As I said, thanks to our grant from the Spanish Ministry of Science, we were able to make the big change, the big move to a new website, moving from the old content management system, Drupal 7, which had become obsolete, to Backdrop CMS. And so that's somehow this helps us, of course, for the sustainability and the future of the website. This is basically just to show you a little bit of the website. There is a general search for everything. Also, there is a possibility, and when you enter every time at homepage, there is random access to audio, videos, and so forth. And there is an interactive map that you can click. So you have these links to random audios, images to explore the website. And this interactive map, when you click a province, then you have a table with all the information about that, pieces, informants, publications, and so forth and so on. And also the links to all the particular locations within that province. There are more than 10,000 locations all over Spain. So it's rare a place where we don't have some information about. And different options, of course, in the menu for locations, people, informants, performers, researchers, collaborating institutions, collaborating people, genres, pieces, documents, bibliography. In the menu pieces is where it's possible to check and combine different information with music incipit, sources, languages. We have in Galician, in Basque, in Spanish, also some international languages, since we did also collecting in the nearby borough where our research center is a very international with a lot of immigration. We have also collected songs from that. And this is how it looks, a mission where you have the list of pieces, the informants, and also a navigation tools or to move between sources and pieces, and the display of an information of a particular piece. So we have about 3,000 pieces that we have already been able to transcribe and codified in XML May. So this is something that this is ongoing. And some of the technological innovations that we have done is that instead of inputting piece by piece, we do a table with a lot of information that is repeated, is already incorporated. And then in this case, this was cataloging a cancionero, a published cancionero from 1982, and 2 students from Salamanca and 2 students from Granada fall apart, way apart. They were sharing the screen, the table, and they incorporated the materials. And then once everything is supervised, and automatically this is brought to the website. I know I have 30 seconds more. And it's in particular important because this folklorist donated his tapes to the National Library of Spain, and they have very rough metadata. So we incorporated the metadata with the roughly beginnings, the text beginnings of the pieces, but now with the cancionero from that province, we are able to cross information and probably identify better all these materials. We, of course, as I say, we are codifying into May. We have created with AI tools for OCR of all cancioneros to incorporate the texts into the website, also separating what's text for a song and commentary of a song in different places. These are different formats. We have explored different ways of doing it. We are doing also the same thing, or we are trying to do the same thing with Muret and other tools that will be able to do it. Also, we are exploring a tool to examine radio programs of traditional music so that we would be able then to distinguish or to extract pieces that are of particular interest as well as the abstract of the programs. Here, for instance, there is a report of one of these programs, and we detect that there are pieces, actually in this case, that were recorded in the 70s by the same researcher who had transcribed the piece. So we had the recording of the piece done with the same informant 20 years later. Yeah? And so we are able then to check, to make the connection with the radio program and the piece. We have exploring also with AI-generated story maps. This is from the diary of Manuel García Matos in the province of Madrid, going from town to town. So we check, we make the map with the journey of the informant, and we connect the pieces with the part of the journal and also the pieces that were collected in that particular town. Also, the Universidad de Granada, they are doing working with these materials for the Andalusian repertory. This is just almost an example of a strange share of events to link data. This is a 1921 photo. The catalog of this collection did not illustrate all the photos. So in the catalog said that 5 women from this place, La Massana in Andorra, had sung for Higinio Anglès. Now, a repository of the CSIC has all the photos, including this one, but does not mention that these women sang for Higinio Anglès. So when they told me, I said, well, 1921, I think the songs he collected is from 1922 on. But I said, okay, let me check again. So in his diary of the journey, he said, well, before 1922, I did some collecting 1921. So we have kind of very many drafts that are not well organized. A researcher of one of those, Joan Tomàs, had done cards of the first 700 drafts. So I said, maybe it's in one of those cards, and sure enough, we found the draft of these pieces, and I transcribed them with some friends at the CSIC. We sang that. Just to finish, 2 minutes. May I have, yeah? Yes? Okay.
Yes?
Regarding books of Hispanic polyphony, I should say very briefly that shortly after I started the FMT platform, it became clear to me that the digital experience gained from the FMT could also be applied to my research on polyphonic choir books. Consequently, in 2013, I created the online books of Hispanic polyphony, which has been available in open access in 2017. Owing to the limitations of national and international cataloging of polyphony in choir book format, the idea was to catalog all manuscript and printed books in Spain, and all related books of Hispanic polyphony outside Spain without chronological limitations from the 15th to the 20th century. BHP is not an application of recent catalogs, since it contains information such as lost sources, institutions, people, old documents with books inventories, and unusual but necessary searching filters such as one, for instance, to find women and women institutions related to polyphonic books. Furthermore, BHP, which is currently undergoing the same integral renovation, will be linked to the FMT to facilitate future comparative research between written and unwritten Spanish traditions. The new BHP website will be presented next month at the Medieval and Renaissance Conference in Warsaw. During the poster session here later, I'll be very happy to show you these websites if you have any questions. Many, many, many thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emilio.
Sorry.
I think we have to move on with the program, but Emilio will be
Yes.
available for questions in our demo session in the lunch break. So thank you so much. Thank you. And very interesting project. And yeah, yes. So yeah, let's move on to the last presentation on this first session on collections. I would like to introduce Peter van Kranborg and Anja Volk. Peter van Kranborg is assistant professor in music information computing at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. His research focuses on computational modeling and music. In the H2020 Polyphonia project, he did work on large-scale analysis of European song traditions and curation of historic data on musical instruments, pipe organs specifically. At the Mertens Institute in Amsterdam, he contributed to the database of Dutch songs and conducted research on computational modeling of melody. As a PhD researcher at Utrecht University, he developed melodic similarity measures and software tools for analysis of audio recordings of religious chant. So today he will present the Dutch song database, and then Anja will continue with the MusikWeb project afterwards. Yeah, please.
Thank you. So to other national collections. First, the Dutch Song Database. If you visit the website of the Dutch Song Database, this is what you see. Some explanation and search box. But what is it? The Dutch Song Database is a digital repository documenting Dutch song culture throughout the ages. It originated from a project by Louis Peter Grijp, who should have all the credits for building this. He passed away 10 years ago, but it is still his legacy on which we are building. And over the years, an enormous amount of high-quality data have been collected in this database. So it is a repository. What is in it? Around 180,000 references to songs from the Dutch song culture, 50,000 of which have included full lyrics, 22,000 of which we have encoded the full melodies, and around 7,000 audio recordings. And all these songs are in around 80,000 sources, which includes printed books, manuscripts, song sheets, recordings, broadcast, etc. So Dutch song culture. Of course, it's always difficult to demarcate exactly, but let's say the rule of thumb is songs in the Dutch language, Dutch and Flemish language, and related instrumental pieces. So we find instrument books, fiddle books from the 16th or 17th century, which have the same titles as songs from these days, also included. And then throughout the ages, so brief overview, we claim that till 1600 we have almost all known sources with Dutch songs, so in the Dutch language, all Dutch, of course. Then from the 17th century, printed songbooks, stage songs from operas and plays. From the 18th century, mainly printed songbooks, but also a huge collection of fiddle music that was published, actually also printed in Amsterdam. from the 19th century songbooks, street songs that were these sheets with one song that were sold at marketplaces. We have a huge collection incorporated in the database. And from the 20th century, mostly is folk songs, originating from a collection of audio recordings by, which is called Under the Green Linden. And these recordings were made by Wil Schepers and Ato Doornbos. And so it's a misunderstanding that this is a folk song database. It's much broader, and actually this 20th century part, that's actually, let's say, true folk songs. Also, you can also consider it maybe with a bit old-fashioned term, a gezonkenes cultuurgoed. So there's still some interaction. It's both art and folk song in it. Well, the best way to illustrate what is in here is to walk through a single record. So this is a single record of one song occurrence. It's in this source. So if we look at the source, it's a printed book, 1626. Adrianus Valerius, Nederlands Gedenkklank. He published songs which were about the politics in those days. And on page, what is it, 42 or so? I can't read on this screen. 46. There is this song, Wilhelmus van Nassau. And so that is documented in this record in the song database. So here we have the first line, which is the first line of the text. And then the text norm, because the same text can appear in different sources, but of course as always, there's variation. So there is a standard name for this text that was introduced by the collaborators of the song database, and which in this case is Wilhelmus van Nassau, ben ik van Duits bloed. So all the variants of this text have the same text norm. And there's a link, all songs with this text. If you click on it, we get a list of all the songs that have this lyrics or variants of it. Next, so it's with music. So in this book, there is printed music. In most songbooks, it was not. There was only a tune indication, but in this case, it is with music in notation. And there's also a transcription. If you click on that, we get the transcription, which has been encoded. And then here we have a link that says find similar melodies. If we click on that, an algorithm runs which compares this melody with all the other melodies in the database and gives a ranked list based on similarity. So we can find, let's say, similar melodies, even if they have another name or another tune indication in the database. And actually, if they have another tune indication, that should be included in the metadata, which in most cases it has been done. So this is an effort of like 40 years by skilled musicologists who continuously curated this, and every time they make a new discovery, like these two melodies are actually the same, it is recorded. So I think more than 100 persons have worked on this over the years, and so yeah, it has grown into this huge curated body of data. So that's about the melody. There's a link to the full text, which was a project 15 years ago, together with the Digital Library of Dutch Literature. If we follow that, we are redirected to the DBNL, so this digital library, and there's the full text. So that's it's interlinked. What then? Melody norm. So with the melodies, we have the same as the texts, so there are variants. So all the variants of the same melody got the same name in this database, which we call melody norm, but in folk song research, the common term is tune family, so you can also use the term tune family. And then again, there's a link, all songs sung to this melody. Then we get all the songs that are sung to this melody, the Wilhelmus, which actually since 1930 is the national anthem of the Netherlands. And for many of those tune families or melodies, there is some explanation, historic background included. And then this is the very field with which the project began by Louis Grijp, which is a stanza form which records the pattern of accents and the pattern of rhyme. So if we have this text, Wilhelmus van Nassau, then in this case it's a bit boring because every sentence has 3 accents, right? Wilhelmus van Nassau, ben ik van Duitse bloed, het vaderland getrouwen, it's all 3. And then the rhyme scheme, it's Nassau is A, getrouwen, again A, bloed, behoed is B, etc. And if the last syllable is unstressed, it gets a lowercase letter. If the last syllable is stressed, it gets a uppercase letter. So then we get this stanza form, 3A, 3B, etc. And now we have a nice tool. If we do this for many, we can find all lyrics that are recorded in the database that can be sung to this melody, which again is a list. And many of these are contrafacts, of course, to this melody. So this body of data makes a network between melodies, lyrics, and all the variants of that. So yeah, and then at the bottom there are some fields about the source. So if you follow that, we get information about the source, the author, where it was published, the year, etc. I'm not going through all of this. Where you can find scans, there's a scan on Google Books and some others. So that's I think this gives an impression of the kind of data that's in here. So this interface is to consult single records and maybe to do research to a specific melody. We also made available parts of the data for larger scale research, made as young collections. And over the years, we published several data sets in here, all the audio. So you can, if you follow this, you can download all the field recordings, all of it, the scans. So the transcripts that were made out of it, all the encodings we did. So it includes audio, MIDI, transcriptions, the lyrics, humdrum. So here we have a bit of a, let's say, a head start, a disadvantage, because at the time we started doing this, MEI did not exist, or it was very premature. So we decided to adopt a subset of Lillipond, actually. And it's still used today, because now we are stuck to it, right? And of course, if you would do this today, you would make other choices. But the other, so at the other hand, over the years, we have built this huge body of data. So that's always, it's either the one or the other. Yeah, and there's also metadata included. And the last thing I want to highlight is, not the last, almost the last, MDC features. So for all the 22,000 melodies, we released data sets with features. So for each note, you have 50 features or so, the scale degree, the pitch, the position in the phrase, whether it's part of a melisma, etc., etc., etc. This relieves, if you want to use these melodies for experiments, for research, it relieves you to do this all over again because everyone uses similar features. And this is the last thing I want to highlight. Within the Polyphonia project, which was a EU project that ran a few years ago, we performed within the project. We performed a pilot to compare the contents of the Dutch song database with other national song collections, including Irish collections, the Session, which is an open platform for sharing Irish and Scottish music mainly, Polish music, Eastern folk song collections, American index, and we also included all the rhythm incipits, and then did cross comparisons of all of that, and with that we found many connections between many international connections that link the contents of the Dutch song database with other song cultures. And during the break, I will stay there somewhere, and I can show you. I can show you results of that. So that ends my part, and now Anja will continue with MuziekWeb. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. So let me just briefly introduce Anja Volk. She is a professor of music information computing at Utrecht University. Her work at the intersection of computer science and musicology contributes to areas such as music information retrieval and computational musicology, and comprises applications to cultural heritage, digital musicology, education, health, well-being, and inclusion. So please, Anja.
Thank you. I have a very short presentation, and I'm not going to introduce a collection, but my question is more about for whom do we want to give access to these collections and how are we doing this? And so we have currently a collaboration with the Digital Musical Archives of the Netherlands called MuziekWeb, and they are preparing a major redesign to reach younger audiences and to also reflect, on how to get them to get to know contemporary music culture. And that is a master thesis that's carried out by Shivani Agarwal. And what we have, this is ongoing, but what we have learned already now is, I think, interesting, perhaps for the 2 days of that we are here together, namely that the young generation, the most typical way they discover music is, well, via streaming platforms, right? And a lot of them get really bored in being stuck in the algorithmic bubble of getting recommended the same music all over again. And so they are really interested in discovering music that is not mainstream and to learn about the music in their historical and social context because it adds to the meaning of them. But they're also digital natives, so they have certain expectations. They don't want to passively learn about music, but they want to interact. And here's a challenge and an opportunity, I think, for us. How do we do this? How do we give them access to collections so that they can learn about the music that they can't discover on streaming platforms? So what is, very short, what is MuziekWeb? So they have curated playlist articles and a collection of more than 1 million music items, including CDs and vinyls. And they want to redesign their website. Currently, this is how it looked 3 weeks ago. This is how the website looked last week. I was like, is that the first adjustment to the younger audience? But as of today, we had him again. Anyway, so what Giovanni did, she looked into the literature and she would interview 11 younger people and 9 curators of MuziekWeb. Again, why Generation Z? Well, they're digital natives. They seek really novel and active engagement with cultural heritage, to get out of the algorithmic bubble. But they do have certain expectations of how they want to engage. Now, what we learned from her literature study is, they are less interested in traditional ways of interacting with cultural heritage. They instead prefer to actively engage with it using expressive and immersive forms. You can think about, games, virtual communities. And yes, they would like to engage with cultural heritage more deeply mediated by digital technologies than earlier generations. So, of course, a lot of cultural heritage institutions have already leveraged that. They use technologies like VR, MR, and AR, serious games. And also in tests with users, it has been shown that these technologies can be very effective to enhance storytelling or, for instance, making the historical content more emotionally resonant for Generation Z. But what we also learned from her extensive literature review that most of this is on museum-based experiences. So again, music is somewhere left out. And so here's a chance. If anyone is here in the room to let us know more about it, please also contact me. But this is what we figured out. There's not so much on musical cultural heritage domain. She did find examples like this one from an interactive platform for Chinese opera, where they created high-fidelity replicas and did a survey among 2,000 users, which reported that indeed they found it an enriched experience to interact with the collection, also that they learned a lot about the musical heritage. Again, if you know more examples, please let me know. So now what Shivani has been doing is he did the literature study and has already interviewed a couple of young people and curators, and I can at least give you some ideas of what she found out. So these are the topics that she discovered. So a lot of people, young people, would utter a dissatisfaction with streaming platforms when they feel that the content is pushed to them. So they're really interested in authentic music that feels real and free from commercial interference. Yeah. Another value that they, well, I mentioned that already, they feel trapped in algorithmic bubble, and they really want to find music that stands apart from the repetitive offerings of mainstream streaming platforms, so music that is novel and that is distinct from what they know already. She also learned that a lot of them are interested to learn about how the music was shaped by society in historical moments, because it adds meaning of how they experience the music. So I think there's a lot of potential here for us, how our computational methods and how our musicological knowledge can kind of contribute to that. And yes, also said earlier, so they really want to engage their senses and feel, interactive and immersive in the way they want to interact with the collection. So that's preliminary. And I think a number of questions that I was interested for today and tomorrow is, how can we then contribute to creating these cultural experiences that are rich, immersive technologies, and which are informed by musicological knowledge, which is non-trivial. Or how can we help to give access to these collections for enriching the educational experiences for them, and how we help discovering and engaging with the new music that they're interested in finding in those cultural heritage institutions. Well, thanks. Perhaps you can come back to these questions over the 2 days. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anja. These are very relevant perspectives, not least for us who work in the library. But we will also come back to these questions later today in the panel discussion about who we are developing these technologies and collections and tools for, and the users of our different services. Yeah. So thank you very much. Okay, before we move to lunch, we will have just a brief introduction to one of the demos that will be available in the back of the room later. And so we just yes. Do you need?
How do I? What is the presentation?
Yeah, so you had a presentation from the link that was sent.
Here's the link.
Yeah, because you are presenting 2 times, so this is just kind of a brief introduction to what you will present more in detail later about optical music recognition.
Okay.
So, Jorge Calvo-Zaragoza is a full professor at the University of Alicante, Spain, where he leads the Pattern Recognition and Artificial Intelligence group. His research lies at the intersection of music notation, artificial intelligence, and computer vision. He has contributed extensively to optical music recognition, developing methods that enable computers to read and understand musical notation from historical and contemporary sources. And he will also be joined by his colleague, David Rizo Valero, who is an associate professor at the University of Alicante. He holds a PhD in computer science and is a member of the Pattern Recognition and Artificial Intelligence Research Group. His research lies in the section of computer science and music, with a particular focus on music technology, artificial intelligence, and digital music processing. His work includes optical music recognition, automatic transcription, and analysis of sound recordings, I think. Well, yeah, I missed the last word then. Yeah, but so these are really, you are really in the forefront in this field, so we really look forward to hearing more about your work.
Okay. Well, thank you for the introduction. Well, I'm going to give a brief presentation to OMR, then my colleague David will take the lead after the lunch. So yeah, we come from the University of Alicante. And, well, in case you don't know what is OMR, basically OMR is the process of reading an image of a music score and convert it into some format that can be processed by a machine. We'll see later that this has different implications and different uses depending on each case. Okay. So the idea is that, well, we know that there are a lot of efforts for digitizing music scores, but this only yields scans as images. But for further processing, we need these images to be converted into some musical data. This is what OMR does, to convert this arrays of pixels into some structural digital format. The idea is that this not only serves as for preservation and for broader access, but also for other scholarly objectives. This is one question that people usually ask. They say, oh, you do OMR, wow, nice application. Which AI do you use? And we say, what do you mean? Yeah, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. Well, the thing, fortunately for us, these LLMs, these large language models, or visual large language models, cannot read music notation yet. Every time they release a new version, we quickly upload an image of a music score to check, and okay, we still have things to to do. But so far, although maybe you have tried, if you upload this, I guess you recognize, I'm not a music, well, very unusual score. Sometimes ChatGPT says, okay, I can transcribe this, and it perfectly transcribes this piece. But it's not because it's reading the image, it's because it identifies, this is Beethoven, this is the fifth, so I know by heart how to transcribe it. So, oh, I see perfect results. No, it's because it identifies. It's smart doing these shortcuts. But we have some previous work demonstrating that they do not read the images. Okay. So, what we do nowadays that the modern optical music recognition is driven by data. It means that we have to teach the computers to read a collection. This means that we provide some examples. This is a score. This is how it should be read by you. Okay. The problem is that these models must be trained specifically for each notation domain. So, unfortunately, or fortunately for us, because we can apply for more projects, there is no universal OMR model. Okay. We typically consider, I won't go into very technical details, but for you to understand how this model may work, there is we consider two approaches. We are showcasing them in the demo session. We are considering, for example, what is called a staff-based end-to-end OMR. This is an approach to OMR, which means that we perform a layout analysis process, which identifies regions of interest in the image, and then we perform, or we use the OMR model to transcribe these regions, and then we reconstruct, we put everything together. This is like a, the state of the art from 10 years till recently. Now we are exploring other approaches, what we call segmentation-free end-to-end OMR, which is that we directly train a model to perform the OMR from the page. Okay. This has some advantages. For example, these examples that I mentioned before, we don't need to annotate the regions. We can just teach the model with full pages and full transcription, but also it has some disadvantages. This is more costly. The model struggles more to learn, okay, but we consider both. Okay, so this is like the landscape, the technical landscape, very simplified. We know how to approach OMR for each collection. The problem is that, for example, if we train a model, we have a good model for example, for this kind of piano scores. We have an OMR model that gives only a 4% of error. But then if we process another page with like similar characteristics, this is also a piano score, with the same model, the error increases a lot. Okay, so we have a problem of generalization. So the model is not working, even though the domains may look very similar. This can be even more complex. We have, even for modern notation, very different scores, but also we know that there were music before Common Western Modern Notation, so the model will struggle even more to recognize all this. So basically what we do in our lab is to train a different OMR model for each of the collections of interest that we need to process. So the basic idea I want you to get from my talk is that we are attaining generalization from the workflow or pipeline perspective, not by developing a single universal OMR tool, which we know is not working right now. Also, this comes with some cost. So even with this general pipeline or general workflow, we still have to do many things. David, in his talk, will explore this a lot. Each domain may require different pre-processing of the images or pre-processing of the encoding data, and even the post-correction, or even the use, because people will need OMR for different uses. So each use may require a different post-processing or exporting format. And there are many other things apart from the OMR model itself. Building an OMR tool also requires how to interact with the sources, the exporting formats, as I mentioned, the validation by the scholars, and this always depends on the final use that you want to do with the OMR. Well, I updated the slides very recently. I should be skipping this, but I just wanted to say that David and I are here as representative of our research group, but our research group is higher than the two of us. There are a lot of people, a lot of students, which are the ones doing the work. You know how academia works. So the PhD students are doing the papers, and David and I are coming to these symposiums to present. Okay? So, well, thank you if you are watching us from Alicante. We didn't forget about you. Okay, and now I've been very brief because I know everyone is eager to go to lunch and the demo. So if you are interested in how our OMR works, we'll be presenting Muret, that comes from music recognition, encoding, and transcription. Also, sorry, David, I'm stealing your joke. Muret also means a small wall in Valencian, in Catalan language, and we say that it's because we like to, the challenge of OMR is a little wall that we are overpassing with our tool. So that's all from my side. Thank you. And
thank you so much.
With more OMR.
Yeah, there will be a more a new presentation of where you will continue to learn us more about OMR and yeah. So yes.
Other questions or not yet? Maybe in the next.
Yes, we can take in the next section when you come back for a new presentation. So now it's lunch, and we will have this demo session down there that we have mentioned many times. And there will also be opportunity to see the National Library's collection there. We will also be present. So please visit the stands down there, and also feel free to have some lunch in the room next door. Thank you so much.
Okay, hello again, everyone. My name is Pierre Beauguitte. I'm a software developer here at the National Library of Norway. And yeah, we are very happy to welcome you all for the second part of the first day of our symposium on AI and digital musicology. It's been great to hear all of the presentations and chat to you in the demo sessions. I hope you all had time to ask questions, try the different solutions, collections, websites, and enjoy the lunch. We start for the second part of the day with a session on our own collections and projects here at the National Library of Norway. So that will be the first hour. We will then go to a more in-depth presentation of OMR from David and Jorge. That ended the morning session. Then a short break and a panel conversation to wrap up the day. The first presenter for the afternoon session, Margrethe Støkkenbø, is unfortunately sick. So I've been asked to read a quick presentation about the historical music manuscripts and printed music at the National Library of Norway. The National Library holds Norway's largest collections of printed music and musical manuscripts. The collection comprises printed music published in Norway from the 18th century to the present day, as well as an extensive collection of musical manuscripts by both well-known and lesser-known composers. The manuscript collection includes sketches, drafts, manuscripts of published works, and a significant number of previously unpublished compositions. The National Library's score collections constitute an important resource for music philology, scholarly music editing, and the performance of Norwegian music. Through the library's digitization program, an increasing amount of printed music and manuscripts is being made available in the online library that was displayed at the back here, and still is, so there will be time at the break. Today, the online library provides access to more than 6,000 printed scores and over 11,000 manuscript works. Public domain materials are freely available for download, while selected copyrighted works are accessible online through agreements with rights holders. In addition to its collections of printed music and historical musical manuscripts, the National Library also makes unpublished works by Norwegian contemporary composers available through its publishing service, NB Noter. As much contemporary music in Norway is not distributed through commercial publishing houses, this service plays an important role in making new music accessible for performance. And now to talk more about this NB Noter service, I would like to introduce Charlotte Piene, research librarian here at the library and composer that will talk about this collection.
Hi, I am Charlotte Piene and I work in the part of music section called NB Noter. As you heard, NB Noter is the National Library of Norway's publishing service for Norwegian contemporary music. And the catalogue features more than 50,000 works, dating from 1940 to the present. And the service was established by the Norwegian Composers Society in the 1970s with the aim of helping composers to distribute their own works. As a result, the catalogue also includes older works, but today we primarily focus on contemporary composers. The catalogue currently includes right over 400 composers, and each year we register between 200 and 300 new works. We provide performance materials for all types of instrumentation based on the print-on-demand principle. It is the responsibility of the composer to ensure that everything and that all music content, notation, layout, and overall presentation is accurate, and that both the score and parts are ready for publication and distribution. We do not undertake editorial works on the material, which means that there are some variation in the visual appearance and layout of the sheet music. And since we have a wide range of composers and artistic expressions, our catalog also represents an interesting perspective of musical notation, from the individually specialized to the more conventional styles. A common characteristic of these works is that their digital preparation cannot rely solely on standard music notation software. Use of InDesign as a compositional tool, we must consider it as a handwritten manuscript when we are producing the parts. They also often require use of other graphic design tools, drawings, open source solutions, and a high degree of creative input. Others have their own system for notating complex rhythms, tonalities, and spectral elements. Thoresen uses simple metric structures inspired by Norwegian folk music, which exist outside conventional notation methods. While the system bears some resemblance to established notation, it is developed an independent notation method. We see graphic notation used to represent sound, frequency, duration, and tactile qualities. Graphic scores used to describe how to interpret the perform music heard as volcanic mountains, their form, movement, and life. Complex rhythmic structures and figures presented in handwritten scores. Norwegian folk music brought into the contemporary context. The oral tradition of performance and transmission meets the written score, rooted in the surrounding natural landscape. This piece has been nominated for this year's Nordic Council Music Prize. The use of new techniques and tools for translating sensory and imagined experiences, such as how rain gradually approaches, becoming more and more intense, or how the scent after rain on a summer day can be translated into music. If you would like to see some more of these works, you can find them there back on the stands. And you can also, of course, visit our catalog. The address. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. And we will go directly into the next presentation from our colleagues Lars Jønsson og Thea Torresrud from our Digital Humanities Lab, the DH Lab. Both are speech technologists and have started experimenting with OMR, with our own material. Lars.
Yeah, so we start with me. So in case you wonder, I'm Lars, and this is Thea. Okay, so the title is Optical Music Recognition, but of course this is more about our first steps into it. So, and there will be some repetition, because I think that's good. So you can, afterwards you will hear from Alicante and more of this. So, so that, do you know, you're Gen Z, so you know how to use this?
Is it just here?
Okay, yeah. So here you have the table. So we have the scan. It says PDF there, but it can be a PNG or JPEG or whatever. But then you have, as you heard earlier today, that just the scanning an image is not the same as music OMR. It's actually getting more. You have the symbol detection, and then also you have the part with the structure inference. So once you have it symbolic, then you can do some more with it. Just like if you take a picture of a page, and you have do an OCR, and then you can count the words and so on. And they have also then the possibility of regenerating the image. As you saw with Peter, your talk, you also about this, also about the inference, symbol detection and the structure inference to find the similar words, and then you have the symbolic output, which is regenerating the page, for example. And so there are two, I think there are two main formats. It's the kern, the humdrum, which is a representation of the music, and also you have the music XML. And there again, you need new representations when you're actually doing these kinds of inferences. Then you need to represent that into an inference machine, which is then a different thing again, a third level. Okay, so, and then you can try the, so why does it matter? Well, we saw that earlier today, so you can count notes like you count words. How many A's are there? How are the chord progressions and so on? What are similarities of chords? So you can do on the corpus scale. So if you have all, let's say, the 20,000 notes that we have in the collection, well, 17,000, if you add 11 plus 6, 70,000. Then you can search in all those notes and find how does folk music influence Grieg, for example, and so on. And you can also do thematic analysis. I think identifying recurring motifs and how that actually, and even the recurrence in itself can be a subject of, and you can then link to metadata. So that's why you need to do this. You need to have more than just an image, and more than just metadata. You actually need to do the analysis of the music. So now we come to the transitional. Yeah, so you can take the next one. Yeah, this one, I can start and you just go over, right? So,
okay, yeah, sure.
So we have, so here is what, so this is actually the interpretation. So that also, as you saw, also it depends how do you actually write this, and there are different systems, right? And even this one, so the inferred semantics. So these are all the input into an OMR, and the inferred semantics is half node C4. But that, of course, itself is within the system, right? So it's not something that everyone knows. So if you go to the other node systems, that doesn't exist, right? So this is part of the well-tempered stuff, right? Okay, so yeah.
I think actually this is your slide.
This is my slide too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then we skip that.
Okay.
Okay. No, that's just a description of what we just saw. We just saw that, so we skipped it. Okay. So now you come.
All right. So
we
have worked with mainly two output formats. It's something called kern, which has been touched upon today, which is this compact algorithmic like structure. And we also have worked with music XML, which is a format we typically use here at the National Library. Yeah, it's also been a little challenging because we are not used to either of these formats, reading them. But we have made, or Lars actually, has made two apps, which are sort of wrappers around two different OMR systems or models. So we have one which is SMT based, and SMT stands for sheet music.
I think no.
Yeah, sheet music transformers. Sorry, sheet music transformers, which is a neural way of doing automatic or doing OMR. And then we have another app which is based on Audiveris, which is another open source OMR tool. And basically we have just made a wrapper around these two models and try to play around with them and see what kind of different output they make.
We could mention that they have different requirements to the actual hardware. So this is also important when you do this, download these models.
Yeah.
So the
Yes.
SMT needs the special machines that we only have at the DH lab. So, and the other one can run on any laptop.
Yeah. And this is just an example of an input and an output. So this is sheet music. What do you say? Sheet music that we got from the music section. And to the right, we have the output. So you can see that it resembles something music-like, but it's not quite, we're not quite there.
But also, before you go, you will note that this is also doing OCR. So you can see Halling is correctly, but if you look at the actual author, Per Lundvin, comes as Per Lundvin, something else, right? So
It also has hallucinated something.
And there's some stuff like that. Yeah. Whatever that is. So.
And yeah, at the National Library, we work, or I say we work with a lot of old material, and here you can just see some examples of what the music people sent us. And to the right here, it's written by hand. There are some like ink splotches. It's quite like a big range of things. So yeah. Do you want to say something about this?
No. No. Yeah, well, what we did is we were comparing the two outputs. So we had looking at the current file, and actually, the handwritten one actually almost didn't produce any output at all. So where we had output was on the other one, and the structural metrics will say that these are different. That's all we can say. So but this will be part of. So what this demonstrates is part of the evaluation process. So once we get running, then we can do this on a larger scale.
Yeah, so where we are now, we have 2 apps that are up and running, and everyone is free to go and visit to try out these apps. What I would like to do, which would be like a natural first step, is to make a more systemized evaluation approach, like Lars said. I was thinking we could perhaps compare the output of like a gold standard XML file with the output that the app makes, and do some kind of character-based error metric to see if where we are at right now and what needs to be improved.
Yes, and also to have these apps, they have, because all the restrictions that are on have actually download the images of the notes. We have to have these can only run on the local area network. We cannot just make these apps publicly available. That's a problem. Also, the hardware restrictions on the SMT makes it possible, since we don't have computers that expose outside with those requirements, they are on the inside. So I think also with the evaluation corpus, it should be fairly quickly up and running, I think. And also with the user, to make interactive query tools for musicologists, or to search, as we mentioned in the beginning, so that you actually can go through and see how the Norwegian music from over 400 years actually has evolved and how they influence each other. Yeah, okay. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lars and Thea. Before going further with the rest of these presentations on our own collections at the National Library, which will focus on the recording music, so on the audio side of our material, I would like to open the floor for some questions, if there are some questions for Charlotte, Lars, Thea. Yes? Thank you.
I have a quick question for the last 2 presenters, Lars and Thea. Thank you for telling us about this. The experiments are clearly preliminary, but interesting. What I wonder about is what we have heard this morning is that there is no such thing as generic OMR. OMR works let's say, for each kind of OMR works for a very specific sort of notation. And, well, that raises, for me, the question, what are those two that you've tried on? For what notation are these specifically created? What are they optimal for? Is that for the examples you tried, or is it maybe for other sorts of notation?
That's a very good question. We don't know. That's the true answer. Since we are just starting with this, to be honest, we are starting with it. But what we saw before lunch, so we had the notes that the Alicante was showing us. That would mean that probably we have styles, the same kinds of notes. So that would mean we could use, for example, the metadata, the categorization they use in Alicante. We can use their models on those type of notes. We can then apply them to our notes that are similar, same kind of note system. Like the one to the far left. It's the notes where you have the single note system, for example. For these models, I think the Ødeveris is more like general, but I'm not sure. I think it needs some kind of well-formed modern input.
I think also something we maybe should have done or should do is just define the scope of the problem, because right now we just like tried with different sheet music from our collection.
I appreciate that this is very preliminary work. Though.
Yeah,
I'm not judging, but
it's a good point.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, we can then go further with a presentation of the recorded music at the National Library of Norway. Rikard Jens will present. Rikard is a senior advisor at the music section, currently working with development of audio production lines and digital legal deposit. He's an expert in digital collections development, rights management, and metadata. Rikard?
Good afternoon, or good morning. I will talk about recorded music at the National Library, and my focus will be quite solely on the online music library. So I'm not talking about every form of dissemination of music, recorded music in the National Library. That's my disclaimer. And I have so many slides, I just have to start. Sorry. Let's see. Well, National Library, as you probably have heard, has the largest collection of Norwegian music in general and also of audiovisual materials, which is approximately 13 million objects. It depends on how you count them. And it also consists of other forms of music materials, as you have heard about and will hear more about. And we also house different kinds of archives in different kind of genres, which is part of the current music section. In that way, it's also a vital part of the Norwegian research infrastructure. And the legal framework, which is a good idea to remind people about, is that we have to adhere to copyrights, production rights, and other related rights when doing dissemination and giving access to recorded music. And you can also have these specific conditions and clauses regarding use in donation, deposit agreements, and so on, which also can be a part of the whole picture. And you also have GDPR and those kind of regulations too that we have to look into. And more you can also see ethical principles, which is not the same as the legal framework, even though the lines can be quite blurry. Are important, especially regarding dissemination of cultural expressions from indigenous groups and minorities, considering, for example, dissemination of joint recordings and so on. And you also have the challenge of web scraping for generative AI training, which gives cultural heritage institutions in general new challenges in terms of right clearance, licensing, and attribution. And the provenance for our collection is the Legal Deposit Act, which says that we are supposed to be ensured that all documents in the public domain in Norway are deposited within the National Library, and also that records of Norwegian culture and society which is of a specific importance, are also preserved. That is could be historic collections, deposited materials, gifts, purchased materials, and so on. And we also have a significant collection of field recordings and original master tapes in the latter category. And since 2020, the National Library has also digitized paper materials, photographs, moving images, and audio recordings for other archives, libraries, and museums in Norway, which is also a part of what we do right now. So it's quite a vast and huge sound and music collection. And to say something about what I'm currently working with, it's a digital legal deposit where we since 2025 have received a digital legal deposit now from 8 different music aggregators, which are like aggregators that deliver music to commercial streaming services like Spotify and so on. And these are like the biggest aggregators that have representation in Norway or in the Nordic countries. And from those, we receive these packages based on DDEX standard, which is like the standard for delivering packages of music for streaming, which includes metadata, recorded sound, and album covers or pictures. And based on this, we produce this dissemination information packages, very long word, and also archival information packages for preservation. And so far we have around 100,000 digital Norwegian recordings deposited by this digital legal deposit work. So it's also a growing part of the collection. And when it comes to availability and dissemination, the collection is available to the public by visiting the library, of course, and interlibrary loan services and so on. A large part of the collections are also digitized and can be viewed online. And some recordings are also rights cleared, and also public domain recordings can be accessed online outside the National Library premises. A good example is the NLN collection of 78 and shellac recordings, where we have this agreement with the copyright holders in Norway, and we can give you open access to around 13,000 78 records for streaming now. Therefore, we have this online music library, which now contains around 63,000 albums and a lot of other recordings, including the shellac recordings I just mentioned. And it covers a time span from 1901 until up till today. It's like 120 years of audio history. And it has an annual growth of around 6,000 to 8,000 recordings every year. As I also told you, you can stream the shellac and 78 recordings that are available there. But for the current legal deposit, where you can listen to, for example, in Spotify or Tidal or some other streaming service, you can stream them outside the National Library because of copyrights and also because of money, so to speak. It will be technically possible, but it's a matter of cultural politics and what you want to make available for the public, so to speak. And the online library looks a bit like this, where you can browse around and you will see album covers and metadata. And for a current user, it looks very much like a modern streaming service. The main difference is that it has a lot more additional metadata than the one you can see, for example, in Spotify or some other service. Because in these DDEX packages that are delivered from different record labels, they actually contain a lot more data than the one you see in a commercial streaming service. And we try to make sure that our users can have access to that. And the future plans for that online library is to improve playback and display, and improve the filtering and linking of authorities and keywords, which is always a challenge when you work on library or archive. And I think that persistent relations and persistence IDs are still something of the most important thing we can deliver, and will be in the future too. And we will make the service more visible and available for research and documentation use. And we will also improve the whole service by also giving access to production materials, field recordings, and so on, which is a more complicated and heterogeneous object than published recorded music, which are easier to standardize. And we also have these pilot projects for making processed and annotated data sets available for research, which you will hear more about tomorrow. I think Olivier, among others, is going to talk about that, which is the Music Data Project. And I'm just going to briefly mention that that is applied for and planned research infrastructure hosted by the National Library. And the current use and display of metadata and digital objects that I have briefly shown you is primarily designed for bibliographic and preservation purposes and for what should I say, a common user, and not necessarily an expert user in that way. So the Music Data Project has as a goal to make it easier to use our material available for computational music analysis and so on. And the goal of that project is to create, standardize, and integrate these heterogeneous different kinds of materials into a more unified source that can be machine readable and that can be provide data sets of high quality, so to speak. And the Music Data Project will also, if it gets funding, be connected to the work package 6 of Mishmash. That's the plan. So that was a very, very, very brief overview. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ricard. There is time for some questions to Ricard, if there are any in the room. Okay. If not, we'll move to the last presentation for our own collections and materials, this time with Hans-Heinrich Tedens, ethnomusicologist specializing in Norwegian instrumental folk music, research librarian in charge of the folk music audiovisual archive at the National Library. Hans-Heinrich will present together with Olivier Lartillot from University of Oslo and Lars Monstad the folk music collection and Hardanger fiddle transcription.
Thank you. I think I'll just continue like this. Yes, Norwegian collection of folk music is what I'm in charge of, and as Pierre already mentioned, that consists of audio and video recordings. And I've had the pleasure of working with Olivier and his shifting teams for 8 years now, I think. And the reason I was very enthusiastic before we even got to meet each other was because of the history of this little unit that I'm now basically running on my own, because of the archive, the institution's history. And I must say it warmed my heart when Emilio talked about his archive's history. These days, when folk music students come in, I always ask them, why would you have a folk music archive? And they always think, oh yeah, to preserve tradition. And that is very obvious, because we have a really, really active and dynamic folk music scene in Norway. But when the Norwegian collection of folk music started, the objective was something entirely different, because it was musicologists who really wanted to do research on Norwegian folk music, and basically the old questions, why is this music different from the music we learn at school? Not on the basis of music manuscripts, like we had from the 1850s and onwards, but scientifically on the basis of sound. And in order to have a material to analyze, one had to build an archive. And then known folk music performers were actually at first invited to the University of Oslo to record in scientifically controlled circumstances. And I always think of some rural fiddle player sitting in a in a dead acoustics soundproof room with some engineer in a white coat on the other side of a window. So as far away as you can get from folk music context as you can, but that's how they started. Then later they started doing field trips and recording in the field. This little picture there shows the equipment that you could not buy but had to be developed, and Olaf Gurvin, the first leader of and initiator of this institute, developed one of the first melody writers in collaboration with the Institute of Physics. So it was about the same time as they developed one in Berkeley, California. Then the output was supposed to be academic research, and it has to be said that the volume was not exactly overwhelming, but there are some interesting studies being done. Yes, then we started our collaborations, and one of the reasons was, of course, or the main reason was, of course, that folk music is not, it's public domain, so the researchers could just use the music that had become public domain and do the music information retrieval research on that. But I had then the privilege of guiding them a little bit into what kind of questions we would like to have answered by that research. And that went back to some of the oldest questions we had from the early period, like what about the intonation and tonality and the rhythms? Topics that I have to say I'm starting to get a little bit tired of, but they are still relevant. Okay, then after this first period, the collection was moved to the university and the focus shifted to more and more dissemination, but also the collecting started getting wider and we got a better documentation of what actually was being played out there in the different districts. Then I want to mention the project that ran in parallel to the research, which is a critical, no, not really critical, but an edition of Norwegian fiddle music, which was inspired by the international research community when, after the Second World War, Norwegians started to go to conferences of the International Folk Music Council and saw what was going on in other countries. So then we had these 7 volumes of Hardanger fiddle tunes, and after that we started publishing the tunes for standard fiddle, violin, and some of the music is then what we supplied to Lars for his OMR enterprises. And then, yeah, since 2014, the archive has
been here, and we finished the digitization of all the original reel-to-reel tapes. And now we're trying to disseminate in different ways. We have an old database system that we've used in-house, but since about 15 minutes before the pandemic closed everything down, we managed to put a simple searchable database online. And we're getting recordings from different sources these days, plus that I run around with a video camera and document what's going on in the current folk music scene. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. When I started collaborating with Hans Hinrich on this collection of folk music, one main issue actually is that these collections are available as there were this kind of tape recordings of 1 or 2 hours where you have these tunes one after the other separated by speech representation of the tune. They were not yet cut into songs. So it was necessary to find a solution for that. So we tried to build a simple method application using some AI method that already existed. So yeah, and there is already in that folk music collection also some metadata with for each tune, the title, genre, region, instrument, performer date. Sometimes approximate location in the recordings, but approximate and sometimes. And so on. So what I did is, what I did is that we used some already available AI methods. So it was the Apple Sound Classification Framework, so that we can get during each recording a score about is it speech, is it music, is it violin, singing, and basically that's it. So you get some kind of curve for each of those scores. So I can show you an example here. In gray, it's like just the energy. And you see you have a silence here, indicating a clear change between the two tunes. And in the yellow, it's pitch. So you see high value for speech just after the silence because there is a presentation, a spoken presentation, and same on the left. So that's a good indication of that. But then red is about singing, and the yellow, purple is violin, and blue is music, and so on. So it's kind of helpful, but up to a certain degree, because we really want to have very clear decision about the start and the end of each song, and the speech, and after the speech, the actual music when it starts. So from those curves, we added some algorithms that we made so that can try to make a sense out of those curves so that we get this better understanding of the clear segmentation. I won't go into details about that. But basically, we also made this interface so that we hired a research assistant who could run this on those tapes to get as quickly as possible all this segmentation. And also in the software, it integrates metadata from the collection so that also automatically we can put back, for instance, the title of each tune for each segment, audio segment. And based on this simple trick, we could release in this way, so with the help of this research assistant Rasmus Hjorstad, on an open science framework, kind of the collection that we had at this stage, separated along these different type of instruments. So yeah, in that way we get now the individual tunes we can work on. So the main presentation here for the rest of this session is about transcription, audio transcription of Hardanger fiddle. So there's particular focus on Hardanger fiddle music. So basically it means from the audio recordings, so such as this one, Vrengia, played by contemporary musician Olaf Luxengård-Mjelva, who has been extensively working with us on the project. And so the idea, when we speak about transcription, we could think, okay, we want a score, so that's an idea, the score of that recordings. But we can think also of the fact that it's a kind of preliminary step to the score where you have the kind of piano roll, so you see all the indication of the beginning and end of each note, timing in seconds, and possibly you could have frequencies, clear frequencies in hertz. So in a way, it's more informative in terms of performance, but of course, less information with respect to the actual score. So we could think then at the end, the ideal would be to have a kind of alignment, both representation align one the other with the other. We could think also of something like a generalized score where you have both the actual score, but also the timing with in the horizontal spacing, and possibly also the pitch with the horizontal direction, and so on. So that could be a kind of representation of that score. Because the score, the problem is that, for instance, there is this big collection of hard fiddle music as score. But if you are not aware of how to, the beat duration is very changing all the time. And if you are not aware of that, you might be playing in a kind of wrong way. So that's why it could be interesting to have timing. But now I'm just focusing on just getting the piano score representation, or the piano score representation, piano roll representation of our recording, which is of course already a bit tricky. And so initially I was working extensively on building my own models based on kind of building mathematical models that will predict the notes, the position of the notes using signal processing and so on. But you know, of course, now we know that with the current trend of artificial intelligence, machine learning, we can get this much more easily with machine learning. So that's what we will be using now. So basically, it means so that we have training data. So that's a problem we will discuss later, but you need a lot of data to get a nice machine learning data that will do the automation. And so you need to, this is a problem with this music because so many notes, so much detail. So we actually ask Olaf Mjelva, who I mentioned previously, and other musicians, to manually indicate all the notes in this music. And that was a bit painful. And it has exposed in previous seminars where he came here to express his resentment. And so then the idea is you train a model, and then we ideally then we have the folk music collection, and we want to have automatically the same type of piano roll. So at this stage, now Lars Mustad, AI researcher working with us on this automated transcription, can give more details about this. We will first focus on the first step, neural front end. So this is a machine learning approach. And then I will mention the next step about post-processing. Yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. Really happy to be here. A lot of exciting research. So I've been working on this project for 3 years, I think, and I've been mainly doing the AI training stuff. And after a while, we figured out that AI isn't really good at everything. So now we're a hybrid system where Olivier is the cool, old, but now surprisingly good post-processing, and I'm using AI together. We have been using a model that's based on a research paper. The model is called Transgun. It's released in ISMI 2024, I think. We have to change the model a bit, and also we have changed the whole architecture because we have to pay attention on what's happening in music transcription, music automatic transcription. we have a data set of 119 songs, which is extremely small data set. And that's been quite challenging all the way, because when you want to train a model to transcribe Hardingfele music, you have to actually feed it the evidence first. And that's always been the kind of the challenging part. I promised Olivier before the presentation that I wasn't going to talk too much about the technical stuff. But I'm still going to talk a bit about it because I love talking about the technical stuff. So this model is, it looks kind of complex, but you could kind of think of it as audio input, and then black box, and then number 6 audio output. So that's how we can use AI these days. So a lot of you already know that when we're using models this way, it's a spectrogram image. So we're actually using computer vision. We actually take a picture of the music and we feed it to the model. So this is an encoder-only transformer. I was not so happy with the decoding part on number 5, but in transformers architecture, the encoder-only transformer refers to different stuff than decoding that we're using here. So it reads the whole picture of the notes, and then it tries to figure out what is happening here, and learning which patterns look like real notes. Then it gets processed another time. So for every pitch, it proposes a candidate. Could a note start here? Could a note start there? And it gives a confidence score. And then it chooses the best set of overlapping candidates. So it's kind of like going down a pipeline. And then we reach the coding, which efficiently picks the single best combination of notes. And the best thing about this model is that the architecture we used before was so incredibly heavy to run. It was a major, really big transformers model. And that's actually impacting us a bit when we have a so small data set and we want to research, and you don't have a data center we can use. So this was this model was trained on piano transcription, but you don't have to invent the wheel to make it work on Hardangerfiddle music, because there isn't any available Hardangerfiddle AI models out there. We are the only one in the world working on that instrument. So we kind of have to adapt, and it's basically just if you want to train AI on music transcription, the best thing is to use a piano model if you can do it, because piano transcription has really come a great length on research these days because of the Maestro dataset. And also in piano, you can just play something on a MIDI keyboard, and then you have all the information. We don't have a MIDI Hardangerfiddle, so we can't really do that. We have to manually sit and annotate, and we don't get the velocity the same way, and it's quite challenging. Data set of 119 songs. It's not that bad. It was much worse when it was only 50 songs. Then it was like really challenging to get it. And the challenging part is also to make, you have to have maybe 10 or 15 of the songs for validation and then something else for testing. So you actually can measure that the model is learning correctly. We didn't have that in the beginning because we had so small data set. So we actually thought that our F1 scores were much higher than what, but when we did more testing, we actually saw that the model isn't really that good as we hoped. So we had a F1 score of 94, 95, and then it went down to 70, which was kind of disappointing. But it's because the model learned really well one type of Hardangerfiddle song, but it didn't actually generalize on more types, so it was a bit more challenging. I don't know how much you know about parameters, but basically in AI, parameter is how big the model is. So if it's ChatGPT-4 is 1.3 trillion parameters, so then you kind of understand that 2.5 million is really small. And that's also, if you want to create a transcription model for a whole new instrument, you have to think about all these things to make the model adapt. We also have created our own custom augmentation framework that works better for small data set. The code is available on GitHub. It's on, I think it's called AMT Augmentator or something. Not the best name, but all the names are taken, so yeah.
Thank you, Lars. We could add the nuance that for this particular case for Hanover Fiddle Music, because it's very polyphonic and the pitch is very stable, we could use this kind of piano methods that work very well. So using the state of the art that can really detect all this polyphony, but we could see actually tomorrow when we will discuss about singing and heroic analysis, actually we can think of another type of model for that. And so if we use this state of the art for polyphonic analysis, transcription, the problem is that the output is note in 12 temperaments, tuning 40 hertz, 440 hertz, so which is not at all what is the kind of pitch you expect from this fiddle music. So the idea here is that we can do actually a post-processing of the output of the model using pitch estimation. So for each note, very quickly, I don't go into details, but we go back to the spectrogram. So actually you have a spectrogram behind in blue, white and blue, and where we want to have a big, good time resolution, but at the same time a good frequency resolution. And the answer to do that is to use some kind of cognitive psychoacoustic models based on a harmonic comp. And in that way, we can get a clear curve. So starting from the top, this kind of spectrogram, and in the end, at the bottom, you have a much more refined pitch curve. And the red is just to track where is the actual pitch for each note. So I don't need to go more into detail about that, but so that now we have those pitch more precise. And then there is a question of offsets. It's very interesting. This is, I can quickly go into that. You see at the bottom is what we actually is kind of ideal representation we would like to have. If we often you play two strings at the same time, one is a drone, the same note, and the other is the melody. And of course, if you play two successive notes on one string, you can expect that each next note is exactly starting when the previous note is ending. So that's why the ideal of showing clearly this connection between notes. Whereas at the top, because of the resonance in the audio, there is overlap between the notes, so we don't see that clearly. So it was just the idea of reconstructing that strategy. And before we don't sure if we have time for that, but I wanted to play you example of what we get in the end, if it works. There is a playlist, YouTube playlist, where you can listen to all these songs. I guess we don't have time to show, but yeah, so that improves the result. We are working on the actual measurements of the results that we get. I guess we have to skip that. But then it's about the beat tracking, which is, I was working on that, but we were focusing on this first part. But we have a model. We also here machine learning it's a problem because we don't have much data about this very strange type of beat representation. And actually, we are trying to build some kind of a rule-based model based on cognitive modeling. But I don't have time to show here. But yeah. So yeah, we are trying to deploy this system to transcribe the whole collection and improving progressively to get scores and so on. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to all the presenters. We are a bit behind on schedule, just almost. We have time for a few questions to anyone who has presented. Yes, at the back here.
Yeah, what's the actual purpose of the transcription? Is it to document how the music is
played, or is it to document how it's heard, and if so, by whom?
Yes, a very good question. I guess there are different use. Initially, there is an idea of analysis, and initially when the folk music collection was built, it was for also making some analysis. So it would be possible in these ways to systematically see the pitch tuning or the change of the pitch height depending on the musical configuration and so on, the study of the timing and so on. But of course, it could be a way to make actual scores that a musician can play. And I could see that when we released a video of this fiddle music, we got some remark from viewers who say, that's that could help me to learn this music. But of course, then it's about, there is a lot of possible impacts to create all this artificial intelligence analysis of this collection to be possible to have automated metadata, connect with all the repertoire, see the content of the whole collection and so on. Yeah.
Any other questions from the room? Yes.
Yes. These volumes that were published, did they publish? It's very similar to what happened also in Barcelona. Also, they published volumes of melodies. Was the entire repertoire published in volumes, or you have both melodies that were published and then recordings?
Well, the project started as merging 3 collections of manuscripts by fiddle players who were actually able to write music. And then later, they started transcribing more and more from recordings. And now we have quite a few recordings and the transcriptions made from these recordings. So Olivier is working on those.
For Olivier, so the segmentation with the colored graph, was that timbre analysis, or how did you do this?
For the initial segmentation, so I use a tool, sound classification framework from in Apple, where you can get for each 10 milliseconds something, a score. Is it singing? How much percentage of probability it's singing? Music, bowing, speech. So you have these curves, and that's so just based on this. And plus, I also use the actual dynamics of the signal to have a better indication of the start. That's all. Yeah.
Time for one last question, if there is any. Yes, on this side. Oh. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm noticing that this data set, which is being shared mostly through OSF, is oriented towards machine learning, which is different from the data sets that we've been talking about otherwise that are more for human discoverability and exploration. Do you have plans to move this data, or how are you dealing with this difference in structure and what that means with public engagement?
Yeah, very good question. It was more like a simple solution at that stage. We just dump in a way that collection into the OSF, but that's not absolutely the best platform to show that collection. But basically, this music data project will be a way to have a proper music library to show this. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you to all the presenters for this session on our own material here at the library. We will go forward to the next presentation with in-depth OMR with David Rizo and Jorge Calvo-Zaragoza from Alicante.
No, okay.
Perfect. Okay. So, well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It was a wonderful workshop. So, well, I will continue a little bit with what we have shown in the demo and what Jorge has introduced before. So, first, to land you after the lunch, a little bit of context. It's a very important thing when we are asked about, well, can you do OMR with anything? We cannot answer that. So we have to ask, rather, what do you want to get from the images we have there, no? So there are many different, we have seen many different uses. For example, there are people that use OMR just to find the bar lines, to align, for example, scores, or to do a score following, for example. Or some others just want to this is a typical thing, as what we do with Murel Lite we have shown before, is you extract an encoding and later you do whatever you want. But there are, we have had some projects in which the output has been extract the melodies just to do search on the melodies, or to find duplicates, for example, in the F-Tempo project, or to generate the whole thing we did with the National Library in Spain, for example, or to do a critical edition so that you need a better, fine-tuned model, or just to listen. You can imagine of a museum that wants to someone to have glasses and to look and to listen, for example, for the music. No? So depending on the task, it's totally different. Well, before going on, we can think that we did an experiment some years ago that, well, it's worth to do OMR. In some cases, it's not at all. So with the new point of view of using machine learning database models, sometimes you need, if you have a tiny collection, it's not worth to use OMR. It's better to do it by hand, or if it's very difficult. So one has to think about it's worth to use all these complex things, no? Well, this is the more or less the agenda of what I'm going to tell you. I will introduce, I will not get into much details, okay? I will tell to you more or less the important things of the machine learning things here, how we tackle the projects using a user design, a user-centered design, and some of our past experiences that we hope that can be useful for you. Regarding the machine learning, let's see. This is the kind of schema that we had before the machine learning. As you can see, I don't try you to understand that, but this is a big mess. It's very difficult. And inside each box, you can find a recursive thing that's even more difficult in each case. No? For example, to discard non-musical things, or to detect the lines of the staves and so on. No? The thing is that when you have that complex things, and there are many phases, the errors propagate across the different stages. So in the end, you don't get anything. And the worst thing is that after making it work, the problem is that you get new collections and you have to rebuild everything for every kind of collection. I'm not saying that with the machine learning things is totally solved, but at least the workflow is the same. In this case, you have to change even the workflow. Well, there's a very notable project in the beginning named Speaks that changed the way of doing that, and in that case they use a hidden Markov models to try to extract the music from the images just by training with data, and it has been used for many years for very important projects. Unfortunately, now it's deprecated; it's no longer maintained. Well, a little bit of history. I have added this slide because it was very funny. It was in the DLFM in New York, and Ichiro Fujinaga named that the Calvo's method. Calvo is my colleague, Jorge Calvo, and it's a change in how to deal with the detection of elements in a score. Instead of building a rules-based system, what Jorge did is to try the machines to learn from examples where were in the images. Now, in this case, it was just to separate the layers, to separate the lyrics, the background, and the notes, and so on. Well, just in that moment, we wanted to research on the things of the optical music recognition. This is the grandfather, or we have shown here. It's developed in JavaFX for those that work on Java. It's a very early thing. The thing is that it was not used for the end user, just for research. And here, the important thing is that we think it's the most important thing of what we do is to separate the detection phases in the machine learning process. It's what we name agnostic encoding. The agnostic encoding, what does is to, instead of detecting, well, the most important thing is that for the machine learning, it was with data, and the more complex the data is, the most complex the machine learning are, and more data you need to train them. So by reducing the number of different symbols, it's easier to make it work. So what we did is to distinguish between what we named agnostic and semantic. The semantic is the music itself, and the agnostic are just graphical symbols without any meaning. No, for example, in mensural notation, a dot can be interpreted in different ways, depending on the context. So the thing is that we didn't want the machine to learn that, but to tell to the musicologist that it was a dot. So after having more information, it can be disambiguated. No? So it has been a key point in our research to distinguish these phases. Well, using the machine learning approach, the first experiment we did is to say, okay, if we feed a deep learning, an artificial intelligence system with many scores, will it learn and eat it? So what we did is to get from the RISM database, we took incipits, and we distorted using graphical algorithms. And what's funny is that the size of the data set is a palindrome. We wanted to have 1,000. That's with the mistakes. It just kept this number. Well, the thing is that we got up to 4% of error here in this kind of steps. No? So it worked by using the agnostic and semantic separation. Well, I have added this part of the slide because we don't think our point of view is that the OMR will lead to you, give to you erroneous outputs, by sure. We know. So depending on what you want, you will have to develop a different interface. So I have added here some specific points, not about graphic design, but about the design of the systems. Here's a very nice example of something we did in order to transcribe the one big collection I will talk later about the encoding of the ligatures. Is that usually the computer scientists, what we want is to get the best error rates of the models. And well, if in the first experiments, what we did is to split the ligature, this kind of notation, with the different elements, the plica and the different elements. So we got very good results on that. But the problem is that later, when the user had to correct it, it was extremely painful because there were, just for that, 5 interactions. So what we did instead of that is to do something worse for the machine, but in terms of interaction, it was extremely good. And with that, we were able to work with a project I will tell you later. So, and besides, it was something not machine learning. It was just a state machine. It's a classical algorithmic resource we use for developing, for doing that. Other interesting thing is that, well, the user has to correct things. Well, instead of having nasty interfaces, why don't we use multimodal interaction so the user does not need to draw things, to think of things, but draw on top of the notes. So then we used a multimodal thing is to take the image below the drawing and also the drawing itself. So with this ensemble, the system was able to detect the wrong note and correct it very fast. Well, other important thing is that when you focus to a big collection, there are many things that are not music. And for example, in this case, it's very nice because it's the names of David, is not mine, obviously, no. But this was a really painful word to transcribe. Well, the thing is that the system has to discard things that are not music, or to take into account for example, the indexes and so on, or to identify the different parts in order to finally align with a score, a big score from the different parts, no? Or the worst thing, to identify the mistakes of the system. So it takes more time to identify where the system has failed than correcting it. In this case, we are using something named GradCam to identify more or less the models where they can fail, so it improves. So, using this context, what I'm telling you is some past experiences that can be like a kind of lessons learned from that. We can say that we make the system work. We don't have a OMR available for anything. So what we do is we tweak the systems, both the systems, the encoding, the user design, everything to make it easier than doing by hand, easier to transcribe the kind of collection for the use is intended in each case. So it's not ordered on time. Just we have ordered just that on different kinds of notation. This is a project we did with the Austrian Academy of Sciences. So what they did is we built a model for them to include in Transcribus. Maybe some of you know. It's a system to transcribe early handwritten notation. So we built the system to extract the music in Gothic Gregorian chant and plain chant using a kind of all piano encoding, and it worked quite well. And with that, they did also some kind of search on the scores. This is a past project, and now today we are working in this project. It's another project with them, and what we have done is we are building for them another system to do the OMR with their collection. In this case, they want just to use the pitches. They don't mind about the effects of the notes or anything. And also we are beginning to work on the lyrics as well. Well, this is our European project. We were in that project just for doing the OMR. We built OMR, and in this project, let's see, it was very difficult to start doing things well from the musicological point of view. What's very nice of this project is that we had to change the encoding system to make it work, not the OMR. The key of this project was that they were using a JABC, this is an encoding of Gregorian chant, and the thing is that it was not, let's see, it was ambiguous in some cases. Depending on the encoder, they did in one way or the other. So we generated a system named Systematic JABC, and it did work. An interesting thing here is that when we presented that in the last meeting, is that we saw, okay, it's failing, we have a 5% error and so. And finally, when the musicologists told us, no, it's perfect. We don't mind about the liquid sense and this thing, and the pitches are perfect, so the system is valid for us. In this project, we introduced something we named Align Music Notation and Lyrics Transcription. in cases where we have the syllables aligned with the music, what we are doing using a kind of JVC encoding is to detect at the same time the music and the text. Well, so, and what I can say that has been the key project that we had is with the National Library in Spain. What we did, the name of the project was Polyphonia, but it was the same project. It's another project of the European one, but it started at the same time, and we both gave the same name to the project. But well, the thing is that they wanted to have the diplomatic transcription of the whole collections of mensural notation of that. So the whole collection was transcribed by just one junior musicologist in 1 year, and it was about 2,000 pages. This work, the whole workflow, and it was done in Muret, the version 1, is the father of the actual tool. And this is the workflow of all the steps. The thing is that they had different parts, and finally they wanted to have the MEI encoding or anything. I have to say that we can export to MEI, to Lillipond, to Music XML, whatever. So we had the different collections, and from the collections, well, we sorted them. An very important thing is to be able to order correctly the different collections in order to create the training data once. And for that, well, we had to order the different pages because sometimes it was not ordered in the collections, and create sections, for example, for the masses of the operas. Well, in those cases, we don't have operas, but we had to order in sections, in different sections. And having all this workflow, what we did is to get the final transcription of everything. A very nice example of this transcription was this example. This was a piece that was about to be sold by a reseller, and the Ministry of Culture bought the book. So in a meeting we had, we took a picture, and with Muret we saw that it could be transcribed. So it was scanned. It's a libro de tonos, and this is the kind of notation inside it. And from that, using the different tools we have shown, to identify the regions of interest, to identify the lyrics, and we did the transcription, the correction below, and we encoded also the lyrics, and from that we translated into MEI Basic. That's a modern notation, modern transcription of that. And finally, we got the score that was given to the choir, and we had a premiere, a new concert. After 300 years, it was not played, and it was a very, very beautiful thing. And the last project I want to tell you is one that is being developed right now. We have finished our part, and from here, the Bavarian State Library, they are processing about 400,000 pages. In order to do that, they use the Muret version 1 in order to train their system, which choose about 20 pages of each kind of collection, and to be able to have the representative types of notation and typographies and so on. And with that, they are using just laptops like this one. They don't need servers or anything. They have 2 of them, and they are running in batch. And the system is detecting the confidence of the models, so that the end user can have a look of what failed. And if it is anything collection that fails, we train a new model and we insert the model, and it's working very well right now. They are using that for feeding their Musicon search engine. And well, I have not told all our projects. I have told just 4 projects that we think are important. There are things we have done. For example, with Emilio, we work with the Fondo de Música Tradicional to do things with their transcription of the manuscripts there. Or we have worked with a colleague of him, Antonio Pardo, is working on the Orihuela collections, and we're getting a different Lillipond transcription of things. Or we are working with jazz lead sheets, but well, I thought that we have limited time. So to finish, we have added this part of the onboarding, something like how to work with a new OMR project, no? So our point of view is that you need to be the girl to the left, not the girl to the right. So the system is for the user, not the user is for the system. It's very important, and we developed everything taking that into account, no? So everything has to be customized right now. Maybe in 10 years I can tell you that the system works so well that we'll understand you, and you will not need that. But nowadays we need that. So the first thing is to define the task. As I have said before, it's not the same to try to detect melodies that to do a diplomatic edition, no? So we create a handcraft example. Many times the problem is in communication. So the musicologists tell us one thing and we understand other totally different one. So having an example that everyone can agree that this is what we need, we encode the encodings and tools. A very important thing we have noticed is that, for example, we don't use a kern or music XML. We tweak the different encodings. For example, we use something named eKern, that's extended kern. So we split the kern encoding to make the vocabularies smaller and to let the system learn better, for example, no? And the other thing is to do a clever split of the collections to create the correct training data. This is a matter of training data. When we get enough training data, the system works. Well, and tweaking the machine learning is what Jorge has said before. No, we don't use any specific AI tool. We build the deep learning models, so we can tweak things for what we need. No, so the collections have to be prepared for that. Then, well, the thing of ordering the images seems to be stupid, but it's a very important thing. And we use OMR for, let's see, bootstrap models. You don't tag things by hand, so system can be wrong, but it can help. And we adapt the different models for that. And the final thing is to do an iterative thing. So the user uses the output of the OMR, the user corrects them, and we fine-tune the model given the corrected data, and we repeat until convergence. We can say that in the National Library in Spain, for example, the goal number was 20 pages, but it depends. For example, we are doing that in the other project is a opera, 18th century opera project, and it needs more pages to do that because it's much more difficult. No? And finally, with export, I had to say that we don't use at all a specific encodings as I have. So we have internal models, and with internal model later we can export to anything. And that's all. So this is it has been updated. So this is what it was supposed to be here. It's here. So all these people are working. Each one in this size. For example, this I will not. Okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions from the room? Yes, Lars.
Yeah, so yes, great. I was wondering when you have these different types of notes, do you have specific models and names for the models, and do you have classification of these different kind of notes, notational systems?
Yeah, let's see. Put here. In what I have said about the agnostic system, for example, we use the graphical representations, the shared graphical representations of everything. For example, we use the same representation for a minima in mensural than for a half note in modern notation. So, but the thing is that the models finally learn music, something like that, no? So what happens is that you use a model, the same model for mensural notation and for modern notation, the system will not expect the next note to be the one before. So finally, what we have found is that in some experiments, the best thing is to feed the models with all the different possibilities you have in different notations, but if you feed with different if printed, I mean TypeScript printed scores and handwritten, it's better to have everything trained in the same model than have it separately. But you need different models. Let's see, different. For example, the convolutional models, the same for plain chant, mensural, and modern. They have to be different. But the pipeline is the same. I haven't answered. Okay.
Any other questions? No. Seems you've covered the. No.
It's a question of to think the way to work with optical music recognition. So what we realized that an important aspect is the workflow. Yeah. To understand the workflow, and that we completely agree. Then, strategically, wouldn't it be useful to solve the problem for the modern notation instead of trying to understand the large diversity of notation going from Visigoth penchant to polyphonic of the 16th century, then creating, and then we could come with tablatures, which is a completely different way of thinking the music notation, but then to concentrate on the modern notation, I mean, the modern, the solfeggio, to make sure that it works and it understands everything in a very quick way.
Yeah, but it's different. Let's see. We know, we have done the contrary. I mean, when you tackle a problem, you don't tackle the most complex one. Maybe because if it can discourage you, to say, okay, it doesn't work. So we began with, we have seen the modern notation thing, and it worked. So we came back to the early notation, and it worked very well. For example, in mensural notation works quite well, and plain chant as well. But for example, as Jorge has said before, using, for example, the SMT that they presented, the sheet music transformer in piano music, it depends. So we have not found yet the way of making it work for everything. But saying that, we are now building two kinds of foundational models. One depending of the image, and it depends on the notation type, and what you say. And we are building another one, and it could be shared across the different notations. There's a language model about the music itself. So maybe, well, the music has evolved, but maybe the language, if you solve the modern notation, maybe you can solve also the language model of the early notations.
Yes, sure.
So we think that it will work, what you say, but after having all the other models built. But it depends. If I don't know, if anyone wants to work with plain chant, and we give them just the model of modern notation, but we are pretty sure that that it will be solved the same way. So it's a matter of complexity.
Yes, and soon I will give you a copy of my new encyclopedia of the tablature, 450 different kind of tablatures.
We are working with three. We have a student working on that now. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Ingrid, you had one? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, David.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That was the last of the presentation for this afternoon. There is now a coffee break, with coffee and refreshments in the next room. 15 minutes break, and we will start again at, let's say, maybe 20 past, 15:20, with a panel discussion here. Yes. Thank you. welcome back, everyone. We will start the panel discussion in a few minutes. So I'm inviting Anja, Volk, Frans, Wiering, Arnulf, or Emilio, Fabregas to join me on stage. All right, so for this next hour or 40 minutes of this first day of our seminar, we wanted to have an open conversation and just put some of you on stage to, I think not all of you have had met before, so there's probably a lot we can learn from, or you can learn from each other, and we can enjoy this conversation. Anja, Arnulf, or Emilio, you have been on stage before, so I will not introduce you again. Frans, welcome on the stage. You are an associate professor at the Interaction Technology Division of the Department of Information and Computing Sciences of Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And you work on music information retrieval, computational musicology, and music technology for games and virtual worlds. Among other things, you are the founder of the Thesaurus Musicarum Italicarum, a corpus of online music treatises by Josefo Zarlino and his contemporaries. I hope everything of that was correct. It was good. So we have a good mix of computing, computer science, and musicology, both sides. And Frans and Anja from Utrecht University, you have also worked on the Dutch song database that Peter presented earlier today. So we have a combination of traditional music, classical music, musicology, and computer science, and that is exactly what this seminar is trying to tie together, all these competencies and different musical worlds. As a start, so a theme that's come up several times during the day is the fact that there is no one-size-fits-all, either for the solutions that are built, the platforms, the algorithms. Even in the previous presentations for OMR, not one solution will work for all of the material. That's also true for the users. There is no one solution that will fit all of user needs. That was very clear in what Peter presented with both the piece-oriented, detailed musicology style of research on the website for the database versus the Mertens tune collection with the data sets and corpus to be downloaded to work on bigger corpus size. So can you tell us a bit, whichever one of you wants to start, and tell us for whom you built the collections or tools that you had? Because we have materials, we have methods, but we obviously have someone in mind, a user in mind when we build the service or the platform or the website on top of it. Any one of you wants to start answering?
Shall I maybe start? Or yeah, I haven't been speaking yet. So, well, if you're at a university in the computer science department, then maybe you do not immediately have a target group in mind of let's say music lovers, but you often think rather in terms of research aims and publications sometimes even. So that's often what your first interest is. But very soon you discover you do need this for somebody. And I think that the moment I really discovered that was in the Witchcraft project. The Witchcraft project was the project that led to the creation of the search engine for the Dutch song database that you saw that Peter demonstrated. And maybe this, well, if I'm drifting away from the question, that stopped me. But what I remember was that this project had a very, very long gestation phase. And that started with that Louis Grijp and I had a conversation. He wanted a melody search engine for his research. And that was probably the first time that somebody really asked me something like, is there something that you could create for me? And so what was really cool about this is that we wrote numerous proposals, and most of them were rejected. until in the end we got it right, and that project that went on terrifically well, I would say, precisely because it had such a long preparation phase. And in the preparation, we talked a lot about, so why are we doing this? What do you want to do with it? What makes it work for you? And that interaction between me as the computer scientist on the writing team and him as the musicologist on this, I think that made the success of this project. So generically, having somebody to talk to with a concrete problem works. Later on, of course, we discovered other audiences. Generally, I would say I'm still working for the musicologists and not too much for the wider public, but it's very much in my mind as an important group to work with and to work for. And maybe I'm saying to work with and to work for. To work for is actually a dangerous thing. You have to work with. That's what maybe as a closing remark in this answer.
Can I add something to this? So who's the user? I remember, so I moved to the Netherlands for this project as a postdoc. And so when the people at the Mertens Institute would explain why they need an online search engine, I think the most common example that they mentioned was people would have to call in to the Mertens Institute whenever they were interested in a song. And it was usually either the birthday of a grandfather that had a famous or favorite song that they didn't know, or someone died and they needed to find a song that they didn't know anymore. So it was always about, that's the music of our grandparents or our parents, but we don't know it anymore. So I feel, we went then all into the musicological direction, but as I talked today, how about what do we do that we reach these younger audiences, because we want this music to be alive, right? So what are strategies that we also have to invest to, reach those? That was my question that I tried to pose. I don't have the answer yet, but I was also, because this morning I thought a lot of this is about, of course, the first step is always opening these collections for musicological research, which is, we can busy ourselves our entire life with. That's fantastic, but also, whom else do we reach, and how do we do that?
Hello. Yeah, it's a very good question. For my part, or our project is maybe, let's say, because it's a result of a music edition project, which very much had the main goal was to get performed, forgotten works, or not forgotten, this topos, but for example, we all know that besides Edvard Grieg, the general knowledge about Norwegian music is quite low outside, at least Norway, and so this was part of the main goal, what really to get performed these materials. And kind of taking over this one, let's say, body of knowledge which is collected as metadata in catalogs is kind of a residue of this. So that is an interesting question. What might this be useful, or for whom is this really still useful? But of course, it can be developed as a normal catalog, kind of a thematic catalog, just kind of a digital version of this. We all know that the big books, thematic Werkverzeichnisse and so on. But then it might be more interesting for scholars, for musicologists, and not so much for any other users. But now in this digital platform gives us, of course, totally different possibilities. And this makes me really kind of excited. And now, okay, with AI, we get another dimension to, for example, make it much more interactive, for example. This is, of course, we have a lot of tools there we could build in. If we want, for example, this with mapping, for example, maps, also geographical, topographical aspect, and so on. You all know there are a lot of possibilities on networks and so on and so on. So I think this is the potential also for this kind of catalogs, and also to enrich them with other data. Also, for example, with audio. For example, I mean, you could make a work record and then incorporate, for example, a video and performance of the piece, you know, which is not copyrighted or something. We get kind of copyrights too. So this kind of making people interested in music. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, in my case was basically reading the cards of those people who had sung during many years. So it was just like really very emotional because it was something completely different from what I had done as a musicologist. You're more a specialist in Renaissance manuscripts. I had the Biblioteca de Catalunya next door, so my first objective was to study the manuscripts next door. But when you see unorganized 25,000 melodies and the cards of the people, it was really very emotional. I said, well, and so much work that had been done before. All these researchers, you would read the journeys going to these small towns in the middle of nowhere in just the post-war, in the 40s with poverty. It was just for them also just the money that they would get from these missions was just very, very important to continue. It was just really just, you could say, well, this has to get out. I mean, people should know about this. And even though the archive more or less was known, but people knew that they couldn't be able to access that. So the first thing is, I thought, well, we cannot continue doing, obviously, the volumes that had been done. It would have been impossible. What can be done? How can, that was the turning point of saying how in 2010, in Barcelona with no financing, how are we going to make this possible? So I just started digitizing in my own office. And I started cataloging, okay, what are we going to name this? Because it was just the misiones, and we start, what's the model of card that we are going to do, the concursos, let's get all the names of all the people here, and it was just really the first time that I was so emotionally involved with something that this is really urgent. And as I mentioned to some of you, very often the descendants of the people who had sung, they would call me and would say, listen, this is incredible. These are the songs of my grandparents, or we are doing this in this town. We are recovering all these songs that you are bringing out. So I think that the idea of cultural heritage really struck me as really very hard, and at the same time, the question of technology. So that was the aspect that clicked in a sense, that saying, well, it's very important, the combination of both, so that somehow all this can be done. So for me, it was really this experience. And actually, rather than saying, well, I'm going to write an article about this, or I'm going to do a book and just have the idea of, when I started in New York with Barry Brook at the Center for Music Research, one of his mottos was, do it all, do it once, do it well. I thought, I don't know when I will finish, but this is a Barry Brook project. And so my idea, and actually I didn't publish anything about this until 2021, when with Maria Gembero we wrote a book on musicology in web, and the idea was, I don't want to do an article about that. I don't want to do a book about this. I want to publish everything. I want to do all, so that all the pieces, all the 20, no matter when this will be finished, it will not be considered also because it was new to have a website and all these things, and that was not value. From the academic point of view, it's only publications, books, articles, and so forth, and I didn't care. I said, this is important, and I'm going to do it. And the funny thing is that and with this I finish, as I said, a few months later, I said, gee, this kind of changing the question of technology. I could do this with my field, with polyphonic manuscripts, which the catalogs are not cataloging well, and this I would be able to. So it's the transformation of technology. I think that's also very important. So for me was this combination, and the combination was to the community. In the case of the traditional songs, the larger community, everybody. Books of Hispanic polyphony is probably most specialized for, but then I think that as we think in larger terms, first in the Hispanic world, the connections with the written and unwritten become much more clear, and at the same time, in the European context, as we get bigger and bigger, sometimes I think that we get closer and closer, because then we start to see more experiences that are similar, that are connected, and that precisely technology should help us to bring cultural heritage, European cultural heritage, and make us closer in terms of our cultural heritage.
Thank you for these great answers. One of the things I wanted to ask you is, in a lot of the catalogs and websites, databases, collections, platforms, whatever the word we use, some of the metadata documented comes from the material itself, the title of a book, the number of pages, it's there physically. Some of the metadata is annotated by experts, musicologists, archivists. More and more of the metadata can be enriched by AI algorithms and improved over time as well. So the metadata catalogs are less static now than they once were. It's dynamic, it can change, it can grow. You showed an example of a YouTube video in the catalog being embedded there. A YouTube video can disappear from YouTube. How do you deal with that? How do you ensure with reproducibility? To cite Philippe Vendrix from this morning, the tools are there, they exist, but what changes is, among other things, reproducibility. We need to have reproducible and usable data. So how do you make a catalog how do you preserve the catalog for citation, for work, for reproducibility, when the data can change so fast and be improved, which is a good thing, but also can lead to research data being lost?
They're working, yeah.
The order of answer is not fixed. You can.
Well, first of all, I don't have the answer. Second thing is that I think that for at least for certain research purposes, it's a customary thing to actually preserve a kind of a sort of snapshot of the data you're working with. For example. I remember that, well, for research of plain chant, for example, you have the big Cantus database, it grows forever. And people do research on that. And there is now, let's say, a method in place to actually freeze the current state of that data and put it away on, I guess, Zenodo or another open platform where people can inspect that particular data. I'm not saying that is the answer, but at least people are searching for solutions for this. Let me stop here. This is roughly as much as I know about this. Maybe somebody else can take on this and have something to say about it. Maybe somebody in the audience has an idea about this. There's
a microphone there.
It's very short. What about Git? Git.
Yeah, Git could work, but how do you preserve a YouTube video on Git? That's an issue in journalism as well, right? You have a YouTube video that's there, it might disappear tomorrow.
But if you just preserve the whole history of the archive, then
yeah,
no problem, right?
But
you can always go back to any kind of previous state. So
yeah, that's
or is there a deeper problem than that?
I think so. So then the responsibility is on the researcher to preserve a copy of the data, right? Not the catalog itself. Yes. Yeah. Richard at the back.
Just had a short comment, because when working with legal digital deposit, we have this same kind of problems, because released music production today is not like a finite object, like a LP or a cassette. It's more like a data package that you have some kind of that you subscribe to in a way, and you get you get updates all the time, especially when a new music release is coming out. I think the next 2 or 3 months you usually get some kind of updates. So I think you have that, and the way we try to solve it at the National Library is by having different data packages with different datings, and to be able to trace the changes that are being done. And I think and doing that, you will get some duplication problems, which used to be synonymous with bad bibliographic control in the old days. But I don't think you can get the advantage of having the full picture, so to speak, without having a lot of duplicates and so on. So it's no easy answer to that. But I think having good timestamps and good documentation is a way of trying to solve it. Yeah.
I don't know if you have any other comments on these questions. I know very well that there's no easy answer, all that since.
Yeah, so speaking of, for example, video or this kind of material, you don't maybe need to start with YouTube. You can start, in fact, with the collections you already have at the libraries. And speaking of where we are sitting, and we heard how Richard, we have big collections here: audio collections, video collections, film collections, historical film collections. I really discovered incredible things here in the library. And you can, and I think we're kind of depending on this kind of collaboration with libraries, because they have the mandate to really establish the sustainability for us. I think without, we are kind of lost. But for example, here there are rich, possibilities. For example, enriching our catalog with all kind of stuff. For example, there's now there are negotiations, at least, with the NRK, the Norwegian Radio Archive, which is really incredible, which have really programs, radio programs, TV productions, and we might get access to some of these materials, and we are negotiating. So we can kind of start there and get a lot of, I think it's the same thing for you.
Yes, well, it's in general the problem of sustainability. So it's the different formats and so forth. I don't know if the Library of Norway also has, I think the National Library in Spain, for instance, they copied all the websites of national interest, of cultural national interest, and regularly, so that at least there is a copy of that. And certainly, I mean, I imagine that sooner or later, large institutions like obviously national libraries, universities in Spain, they don't do it. Even the CSIC doesn't do it, even with research projects. But certainly, probably the European Commission should certainly, with all these large projects and spaces, should focus on making sure that all those data and formats and so forth are well placed and preserved. And Frans was saying, I mean, I don't think that we have the answer, but I think we should be aware of the problem, certainly. Yes.
Thank you. Another question. So you've mentioned how difficult it was to get in touch with the Mertens Institute and to visit the place physically. Things are much easier now when everything's online, but one thing that disappeared is context to some extent. when visiting the institute, you were intentionally going somewhere. There was context, there was the collection, the culture around it, in a way. Now it's very easy online to stumble upon a line of written music with no context, or it can be read without the context around it. How do we make sure to preserve or communicate the context online? How to, for example, a sheet music online is just a thin skeleton of a melody. Is it written by a composer to be interpreted? Is it transcribed from a recording in oral tradition, as in from a recording transcribed now, or is it from the folklorists' missions that you mentioned, in which case it was oral tradition, then written on paper, then digitized? What good solutions are there to convey this historical, social context around the musical works?
Again, not the answer, but compared to streaming platforms, right? I mean, there's so much more context that these cultural heritage institutions can offer. So I think there's really an opportunity to bring that back to it. It's not just an audio file. It's everything around it. And perhaps another context, you said it's all online. Perhaps some of it is going in person again. So that's something that I heard also from Music Web, that they think about, because they also really want to serve niche communities, right? And it's not only about the individual person wanting to have their favorite, most fitting playlist for Monday morning at 8, but how about we listen together to music? What would that be? So I think they even think about of certain niche communities to organize, again, events for coming together on a certain, sort of music. And I think that feels like a great initiative, because everyone individualized in front of their laptop, there's this, let's bring the social aspect of music back. That's how I feel. There's a lot to gain again.
Yeah, this is a little bit of improvisation, actually. Yes, if you digitize stuff, you lose certain context, and there is this famous, well, not so famous, but it's a story that I heard as part of a survey that I did. Somebody studying a manuscript of, I guess, 15th century music. I have all sorts of ideas about that from the digitized images. And so she finished her dissertation almost, and then as a kind of last step, she decided that she would go to the library and look at the thing. And she discovered it was a tiny thing like this. And it was actually a manuscript meant to put in your pocket and travel with, and she had never realized that. And that changed her whole outlook on this. So that's clearly an argument for still looking at the context often. But there is another thing, that is that even in archives and libraries, things are usually not in their original context. And the digital, in my view, offers a fantastic opportunity to reconstitute that context. And that's probably hard work, but especially if you have rich metadata, which you often have, that's something you can exploit to actually do so. So I'm imagining, virtual worlds full of music put back in their context and whatever. And I think it's really great to fantasize a bit on that, and then maybe find a few concrete considerations or contexts or problems that you can work on. But it stimulates me, that the fact that you can actually reconstruct or innovate those contexts.
That's inspiring, yeah. You wanted to add?
Well, the same thing is, one thing is seeing the songs in the website, and another thing then is having activities, as I was saying very often, when you have students who have presented this repertory in the towns or the villages where this was collected. I mean, it's just really the response was amazing. So people would start to sing, they would start to remember that tune and another one, and when 2, 3 old ladies get together, maybe one doesn't remember, and then one remembers, oh yes, I remember. So it's really, there is a, that context emerges again, and also it connects with young people, because I think I was mentioning to somebody also, since our center in Barcelona is in a very rough neighborhood with a lot of immigrants and associations of immigrants. We have done also a few years back also some collecting of songs of international repertory. The idea being that in schools, especially when you have an international, many students from different places, I mean music, singing songs, would be a great way of knowing each other's culture, of saying, okay, I will sing, so we would say, well, ask young people, which songs did your mother or your grandmother sing when you were little? And that's a good excuse to talk to them. Okay, Mom, what did you sing to us? Well, this is a connection, and then in school, okay, I will sing my lullaby in Darija, in Arab, and you sing yours in whatever other language, from Urdu in Pakistan and so forth. And I think this is incredible. When I went to one of these associations and to some people from Morocco, and I started to sing a lullaby in Darija, they said, well, how come you're able to sing in? Well, because we had taped a sister taping his brother a lullaby in Arab. So I think language, songs in different languages, especially in international populations, is also very important in education. Obviously, singing is very important in early education. I started music by singing in school, but now also the international repertory is also very important to learn the language and to communicate between different cultures. So that's also the kind of social context that is very important also to teach. That this is, and when I talk about that with people, this is your music. This is not a famous artist singing a famous song and you are going to repeat the same song and this is a hit. No, this is your song. Even if you are out of tune, this is your family. This is your heritage. Learn that from your mother, from your grandmother, in the same way in Spain that it's very popular, your cooking recipes of your grandmother, like in everywhere. So this aspect of your music, not the popular music of somebody singing whatever, your music. This is your heritage. That's the kind of the message that you have to bring to schools and to families. This is your music, and that's there. It's in Dutch, it will be in French, German, in Spanish, in Catalan, and this is yours.
Thank you very much for this. We have 5 more minutes for this session. I would like to open the floor for questions if someone in the audience wants to ask about what's been said here or earlier during the day. Yes?
I was wondering if some of you would comment on what this. So this will be part of digital humanities in a sense. So and there you have a distinction between computational digital humanities and other. So, for example, if you have dissemination, that's not computational, but it's recognizing and doing machine learning, OMR, for example. And as you talk, this is about dissemination, and others talk about, let's say, the actual OMR or the recognition of what you can do once you have a computational grip on the music. If anyone could volunteer.
I'm not sure whether we got the question, actually. I can interpret it as we want. First thing that strikes me, but maybe that's not what you were asking about, is you use the term digital humanities and on the other hand computational musicology maybe. So in my view, there's quite a difference between digital humanities and computational humanities, digital musicology and computational musicology. I'll talk about this a little bit tomorrow, but so digital musicology for me is doing musicology in the digital world, and computational musicology is developing methods to study music computationally, and that's a far more strict approach. One is about using tools, and the other is about designing methods, I would say. So but of course these worlds are connected. You hope that in the end the methods you develop, let's say, get a life of their own and become parts of tools. And I think one of the interesting things that we've seen over the years, over the very long history of computer applications in musicology, is that gradually the awareness of those computational methods increases. It goes in waves, but it's very clear that today everybody, or nearly everybody, is partly working in the digital, and people discover that they can only do so much by reading stuff online or by using search engines. There's more behind that. So I sense there is a need developing of more advanced approaches, more advanced tooling for music research, but that's my personal hunch. I haven't really done, let's say, empirical research into that, but this is the idea that they get. We now all have basic digital skills, and we want to do something with them, that they're ready for, lying ready for further exploitation. Maybe that's sort of an answer to what you're asking.
Thank you. Any other questions for the last few minutes? No, maybe not. Anything that you on the stage want to add to wrap up the day? Frans, Anja, Arnulf, Emilio?
Hello. Yeah, maybe what I was thinking, for example, and following this wonderful presentation by you in the morning, Philippe, is there's kind of, I feel a little bit of tension, as I mean, this project like mine, for example, represents kind of a very local project in a way, I feel, and also kind of a local ownership. And you get also kind of detached, or you feel it's your baby in a way. And then you're talking about this big European community. Maybe there's also other can relate to that. And I feel also that this might also kind of lead to a feel that you kind of losing control over your own product or your own project in a way, when you're just being part of this kind of generalized ecosystem, and for example have to adopt systems which are developed on a European level, and you have to put your things in there. So you're kind of reluctant. This is my experience. Also, that this might be a kind of a resistance against this. Also, to make things work in a European, within a European, what I can say, if this cost action or whatever. You're gaining something, but we maybe also losing something, losing some control. Don't know if you can.
I do understand, but there are changes in the practice of the humanities. If the humanities is built on the principle that this topic belongs to my person, then we will be only one person allowed to work on Mozart, and one on Bach, and one on Shakespeare, and so on. So no, and what we have seen is that the digital musicology and all these approaches have learned us to think about the methodology and not so much the object. And doing with the methodology, we change slowly the way we work. It's not a question of individual being another Barry Brook or someone we admire, but that's not the question. The question is, how do we create a community of knowledge? And this community of knowledge goes by a shared methodology for a shared goal. And also we work on heritage. And anyway, for any heritage, it will be only one Mona Lisa, one Notre Dame. But we can share our vision and our analysis of that Mona Lisa at the European level and bring 1,000, 1 million, and more we are working on one topic, less we feel isolated and maybe lost.
Thank you for these comments. That was, probably one of the one-size-fits-all issue. Again, it's we have to use standardized tools and share methods, but yeah, that goes in contradiction to local practices and context. So yeah, it's field in motion. Thank you very much for playing along with this panel conversation, and I will let Ingrid say some closing words before. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you so much to the panel. And thank you to you, Pierre, for leading it. And thank you, everybody, for attending this first day of our symposium. It has been really interesting. So much input. I'm a bit dizzy, and we have had a quite busy program, but we kept the time, I think. So that's kind of a victory there. And we will continue tomorrow at the University of Oslo at the Department of Musicology with more digital and AI musicology. So hope to see you all there. Thank you so much for coming here to the National Library, and you are very welcome to visit us again. And if you have time, we have some exhibitions around the house. If you want to, it's a beautiful building, so please feel free to visit our exhibitions and our cafe. And yeah, we even have a Michelin star in our restaurant, but it's probably overbooked now. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, okay, but thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. See you tomorrow.